Dear children, dear Rector of the Grigol Robakidze University, Professor Sophiekiladze, dear Deputy Minister of Interior of Georgia, Mr. Alexander Darekholidze, distinguished representatives of states, international organizations, academia, business enterprises, civil society organizations, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to open this wonderful conference after children. Today, artificial intelligence has become one of the most transformative technologies of our time. From healthcare to education, social media, and even in our daily lives, artificial intelligence is altering the landscape in ways we never could have imagined a couple of years ago. As we look ahead, we must ask ourselves, how does it impact the rights of children? How we want, or do we want it to be a tool that amplifies their voices, enhances their opportunities, and protects their rights? Are we safeguarding their present and futures, or are we opening doors to new vulnerabilities? I would like to draw your attention to one point. Our shared responsibility, which we owe to our children. The future is being shaped today, and we have duty to ensure that AI becomes a tool for good, one that supports children's rights, fosters their growth, and protects their future. This is not just about the technology, it's about humanity. As we stand at the crossroads of the innovation and ethics, let us remember that the true measure of progress, it's not just technological advancement, but the well-being and the rights of the most vulnerable from us, the well-being of children. And at this point, since we acknowledge this need and challenge, arises the logical question: how exactly we are going to reach this goal? Today and tomorrow, we, around 1,200 registered children and adults from 60 countries, from various parts of the world, decision makers at national and international levels, child rights advocates, business enterprises, science and education, come together in person and online to share with each other different perspectives and views, experiences, developments, to discuss and to find ways how we can explore child rights in the context of AI. Let me zoom on in what the Committee on the Rights of the Child is doing to fulfill its parts of this shared responsibility. Around a year ago, when I brought the issue of AI and child rights in the committee, I could not have imagined that this topic will grow so fast that we today are meeting here in Tbilisi and online connecting with a lot of children and adults from different parts of the world to talk about this topic. I'm very thankful to all members of the CRC who support the initiative to work on this topic, child rights and AI, in the context of AI, in a focused way. We are already addressing the topic in constructive dialogue with state parties in Geneva and integrate specific recommendations to the states who are coming to Geneva in our concluding observations. The committee has created a working group on AI and child rights, and I was honored to be elected as its coordinator. We established a cooperation with International Telecommunications Union and UNICRI Center for AI and Robotics, Ministry of Interior of United Arab Emirates, and arranged an event in Geneva in September 2024 to share with each other what we are doing in this field. As a follow-up of this cooperation, I shared my humble idea to partners to elaborate a joint statement on child rights and AI, which should serve as a set of recommendations of different international organizations, specifically dedicated to promoting and protecting child rights in relation to AI. There are already 8 international organizations joining the elaboration process. It is coordinated by the International Telecommunications Union. We have CRC, UNICRI Center for AI and Robotics, UNODC, UNESCO, SRSG Violence Against Children, IPU, and the Council of Europe joining in elaboration process. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each of these organizations for the strong support and hard work. Especially, I would like to highlight Mr. Thomas Lamanauskas, the Deputy Director of ITU, as well as Ms. Fanny Rotino and Mr. Orhan Osmani from ITU, Mr. Irakli Beridze, Head of UNICRI Center for AI and Robotics, Mr. Martin Chungong, the Secretary General of Interparliamentary Union, for very strong support from the very beginning. We tried to keep the process as inclusive as it is possible, and we will discuss the first draft today with all relevant stakeholders and, most importantly, with children tomorrow from all different parts of the world. I'd like to extend my appreciation of efforts of those who put a lot of hard work for organizing this conference. I truly appreciate the dedication of the rector, Professor Mamuka Tauchelidze, as well as the whole team of Grigol Robakidze University. I also would like to thank my colleagues from the CRC, as well as International Telecommunications Union for their strong support and dedication throughout the preparation. My thanks goes to each and every distinguished speaker, panelist, moderator, those organizations who supported children to be involved in this conference, and there are a lot of them, and certainly each and every participant who is joining us in person and online today and tomorrow, despite the huge difference in time zones, and I appreciate this very much. My special thanks goes to children. We want to hear their voices. We want to hear your voices. And children are not just passive beneficiaries of AI. They are active participants in shaping their future and the future of the world, humankind. So we ensure today and tomorrow to listen to many children as it is possible from all parts of the world. Let us commit to building an AI-driven world where every child can thrive, free from harm and full of opportunity. Together, we can ensure that the promise of AI is realized in a way that upholds the dignity, rights, and potential for every child. By fostering dialogue, collaboration, and action, the conference can bring its humble contribution to help to share a future where AI serves as a tool for the empowerment, equity, and opportunity for children everywhere. I thank you very much. Thank you very much again. And now I would like to give the floor to the rector of Grigol Robakidze University, Professor Mamuka Tauchelidze.
პირველ რიგში უპირველეს ყოვლისა მინდა მოგესალმოთ განსაკუთრებით ჩვენს სტუმრებს, უცხოელ სტუმრებს, ბავშვებს უპირველეს ყოვლისა და რა თქმა უნდა ჩვენი ხელისუფლების წარმომადგენლებს და თქვენი მობრძანება დღეს აქ კიდევ ერთხელ ადასტურებს რომ საქართველოს ხელისუფლება მისთვის უპირველესი და პრიორიტეტულია თქვენი ხვალინდელი დღე, თქვენი ნათელი მომავალი, ჩემო ძვირფასო ბავშვებო და მე ვფიქრობ ამისათვის მათ ჩვენ მადლობა უნდა გადაუხადოთ და ჩვენი საქმიანობით, ჩვენი ქმედებებით დავადასტუროთ რომ ჩვენ ყველანი ღირსნი ვართ ვიყოთ ევროპული ოჯახის წევრები. მე მინდა მადლობა გადაუხადოთ ჩვენ პარტნიორებს ცხადია, აი ასეთი უნიკალური ვიტყოდი ღონისძიების ორგანიზებისათვის და რა თქმა უნდა მის ავტორს და სულის ჩამდგმელს პროფესორ სოფო კილაძეს რომლის ინიციატივითაც სტარდება დღევანდელი ღონისძიება. ფაქტობრივად, რასაც საერთაშორისო კონფერენცია ქვია, მე მგონი სწორედ ეს არის. მსოფლიოს ყველა კუთხიდან თითქმის მონაწილეობენ ბავშვები და ასეთი ტიპის ღონისძიება მე არც მახსენდება, არც დავსწრები ვარ და არც ჩვენ ჩაგვიტარებია, სადაც ბავშვები და დასრულები ერთად მონაწილეობენ და ყველაზე მთავარი, ჩვენ ვიგებთ ბავშვების აზრს და რისთვისაც შევიკრიბეთ ვისთვისაც შევიკრიბეთ უფრო სწორად. საოცარი მომენტი ის არის, რომ იქაური, ანუ მსოფლიოს ყველა კუთხის, ყველა მხარის, ყველა კონტინენტის ბავშვები ლამის ერთნაირად აზროვნებენ, ერთ-ეგივე სტანდარტებით, ერთნაირი მიდგომები აქვთ მოვლენებისადმი და ხედავენ იმ პრობლემებს, რა პრობლემით შეიძლება მოყვეს და აქვს ზოგადად აი ამ ხელოვნურ ინტელექტს და ნებისმიერ ზოგადად ყველა სიახლეს ყოველთვის მოძებს ხოლმე ასთა სხვადასხვაობა. მე თუნებას მომცემთ გავიხსენებთ ჩემი სკოლის პერიოდს. ახალი შემოსული იყო კალკულატორები და ნუ რამის დირექტორი იდგა იმაში, რა ქვია, დერეფანში, რომ კალკულატორი და გვათვალიერებდნენ კალკულატორი არ გჭეროდა ხელში. ანუ მე რისკმა მივიდა ამით, ყველა სიახლეს მოძდებს ასეთი გადაცდომა იქნებ დავარქვა თუ რას დავარქვათ არ ვიცი, მაგრამ ყოველ შემთხვევაში გაუგებრობები, შიში, სიფრთხილე და ასე შემდეგ. რა თქმა უნდა, ეს საჭიროა, მაგრამ მე დარწმუნებული ვარ, რომ ეს ხელოვნური ინტელექტი მოიკიდებს ფეხს ჩვენს ყოფაში და მას სწორი გამოყენება ექნება ადამიანების მიერ. მინდა ბავშვებო, კიდევ ერთხელ თქვენ გითხრათ დიდი მადლობა, რომ ასე აქტიურად აიტაცეთ ეს იდეა და ასე აქტიურად ჩაერთეთ აი ამ ღონისძიებაში და მე გარწმუნებთ, რომ თავად ხელისუფლების აქ ყოფნა უკვე არის იმის გარანტი, რომ თქვენ ხელოვნური ინტელექტი იქნება თუ სხვა ნებისმიერი საკითხი თუ მოვლენა თუ პრობლემა, თქვენ მათთან არ გექნებათ არასოდეს პრობლემა, არასოდეს საფრთხე იქიდან არ გექნებათ არასდროს. დიდი მადლობა ყველაფერს.
დიდი მადლობა ბატონ მამუკა. ეხლა მინდა სიტყვა გადავცე ბატონ ალექსანდრე დარახველიძეს, რომელიც გახლავთ საქართველოს შინაგან საქმეთა მინისტრის მოადგილე. გთხოვთ ბატონ.
მოგესალმებით ყველას. დიდი მადლობა მოწვევისთვის. მინდა მოვესალმო განსაკუთრებით ბავშვებს. და ძალიან საინტერესო იყო მათი მოსაზრებების მოსმენა და რა თქმა უნდა, თავარი პრინციპი, რომ არაფერი არ უნდა გადაწყდეს და რანაირი გადაწყვეტილება არ უნდა იქნეს მიღებული ბავშვების შესახებ, თუ კი მათი მონაწილეობა არ იქნება ამ პროცესში. რა თქმა უნდა, ჩვენ ამ დევის აბსოლუტურად მემხრობით და პრაქტიკაში აქტიურად ვახორციელებთ. დიდი მადლობა ქალბატონ სოფოს და უნივერსიტეტს, რომელმაც დაგვითმო სივრცე, აი ძალიან მნიშვნელოვან თემაზე სასაუბროთ. ხელოვნური ინტელექტი მოგეხსენებათ, რომ ბოლო პერიოდში ჩვენი ცხოვრების ძალიან დიდი დრო დაიკავა, აქტიური მონაწილე გახდა თითოეული გადაწყვეტილების მიღების პროცესში და რა თქმა უნდა, ჩვენთვის შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტროს და პოლიციისთვისაც ახალი სივრცე გაჩნდა, სადაც ხდება დანაშაული. ეს დანაშაული ხშირ შემთხვევაში შეიძლება არ იყოს თქვათ ისე თვალხილული, როგორც სხვა ტიპის დანაშაულები, მაგრამ კიბერსივრცეში ჩადენილი დანაშაული შეიძლება ითქვას, რომ შეიძლება უფრო მეტი ზიანის მომტანი და მავნებელი იყოს ბავშვებისთვის, ახალგაზრდობისთვის, თითოეული საზოგადოების წევრისთვის და ამ ყველაფერს სჭირდება ეფექტური რეაგირება. მინდა გითხრათ, რომ ჩვენთვისაც ძალიან ბევრი გამოწვევაა დღესაც, მას სჭირდება სპეციალური ცოდნა, გამოცდილება, პრაქტიკა და ამ პროცესში ჩვენც ვიზრდებით ისე როგორც საზოგადოება იზრდება ამ პროცესში. სამწუხაროდ ბევრმა დამნაშავემ უკვე გადაინაცვლა კიბერსივრცეში და იმგვარად ახერხებენ დანაშაულის ჩადენას, რომ ნაკლებად ატოვონ კვალი. სწორედ აი ამ პროცესში გვჭირდება ჩვენ ყურადღება, მშობლებს, საზოგადოებას იმისთვის, რომ არ გამოგრჩეს არც ისეთი ქმედება, რომელიც შეიძლება ასე თვალხილული არ იყოს, როგორც აღვნიშნეთ, მაგრამ ძალიან დამაზიანებელია. ჩვენ ძალიან აქტიური თანამშრომლობა გვაქვს ჩვენს ევროპელ კოლეგებთან, ასევე სხვა სახელმწიფოების წარმომადგენლებთან უზიარებთ ერთმანეთს გამოცდილებას, იმიტომ რომ ეს ისეთი სფეროა, სადაც გამოცდილების გაზიარების გარეშე შეუძლებელია რომ ერთმა რომელიმე ქვეყანამ რაც ისეთ გამოსავალს მიაგნოს, რომ აღმოიფროს ეს პრობლემა. პირიქით ჭირდება მხარდაჭერა, დახმარება, გაზიარება ერთმანეთის გამოცდილების, მუდმივი სწავლა და შესაძლებლობის გაძლიერება და ამ პროცესში ძალიან დიდია ჩვენი პარტნიორების როლი. ჩვენ შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტრო ორი გამოწვევის წინაშე ვდგავართ ამ დანაშაულთან ბრძოლის პროცესში. ერთი რომ გქონდეს სათანადო აღჭურვილობა, გამოცდილება და მეორე ბავშვებს გქონდეთ სურვილი რომ ითანამშრომლონ პოლიციასთან. მოგეხსენებათ რომ პოლიცია მაინც რაღაც გარკვეულწილად სადამსჯელო ინსტრუმენტთან ასოცირდება, თუმცა ასეთ დროს თანამშრომლობა ერთმანეთის მხარდაჭერა არის პირველი საშუალება იმისი რომ დამნაშავეები არ დარჩენ დაუჟელები. სწორედ ამიტომ ჩვენ აქტიურად მუშაობთ იმისათვის რომ ბავშვი რომელიც პოლიციას მომართავს და პოლიციასთან ურთიერთობა ექნება, მას დახვდეს გარემო, სადაც მისთვის მორგებული იქნება და მის საჭიროებებზე ორიენტირებული იქნება. სწორედ ამიტომ თბილისში და ბათუმში ჩვენ გვაქვს სპეციალური სამმართველო, სადაც ბავშვების მიერ და ბავშვების მიმართ ჩადენილ დანაშაულებს ვიზიებთ და ყველა პროფესიონალი, ვინც ამ დანაყოფშია დასაქმებული, მას აქვს ძალიან დიდი გამოცდილება, სწავლა გავლილი იმისათვის, რომ ბავშვები მორგებული გარემო იყოს უზრუნველყოფილი. გარდა ამისა, სპეციფიურია, როგორც ვთქვით, კიბერსივრცე და აქაც შესაბამისი პროფესიონალები მუშაობენ, რომელთაც არაერთი სწავლება აქვს გავლილი საზღვარგარეთ და ბევრი ისეთი ინსტრუმენტი დაინერგა ჩვენ სისტემაში, რომელიც ფაქტიურად უსწრებს საშუალებას კიბერდამნაშავეებს, რომ ისინი შეუმჩნევლენი დარჩენ და არ დატოვონ კვალი კიბერსივრცეში. და რაც მთავარია, საზოგადოების მხარდაჭერა, აქ არის ძალიან დიდი როლი აქვს საზოგადოებას მშობლებს და იმ ცნობიერების ამაღლების კამპანიებს, რომელსაც ჩვენ ვახორციელებთ. არაერთი ღონისძიება განვახორციელეთ ჩვენ, რომელიც ხელს უწყობს საზოგადოებაში ცნობიერების ამაღლებას. და მინდა რამდენიმე მიმართულებაზე ვისაუბრო, ეს არის პირველ რიგში მეგობრე პოლიციას, რომელსაც აქტიურად ვახორციელებთ, სადაც შევდივართ სკოლებში, ბავშვებს ვესაუბრებით, ჩვენი დანაყოფის წარმომადგენლებს აქვთ აქტიური კომუნიკაცია ამ პროცესში. გარდა ამისა, არაერთი ტელეგამოძიება შეიძლება ითქვას და სატელევიზიო ფილმი, სადაც კონკრეტული შემთხვევების თაობაზე იყო საუბარი, კონკრეტულ მაგალითებზე, ცოცხალ მაგალითებზე, რომელიც ჩვენ გამოძიების სფეროში გვქონდა და აი ამ კონკრეტულ მაგალითზე თუ რა გააკეთა პოლიციამ, როგორ ასე ვთქვათ, აღმოფხვრა დანაშაული, აი ამაზე იყო საუბარი. და ბოლოს აუცილებლად უნდა ვისაუბრო ადამიანის ფლების დეპარტამენტზე. ეს არის უნიკალური დეპარტამენტი შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტროს სისტემაში და ძნელად მოიძებნება სხვა ქვეყნების შინაგან საქმეთა სამინისტროს სისტემაში ისეთი დეპარტამენტი, როგორც ჩვენ გვაქვს და მთავარი ამოცანა, ერთ-ერთი მნიშვნელოვანი ამოცანა, სწორედ ბავშვების მიმართ და ბავშვების მიერ ჩადენილ დანაშაულებზე მონიტორინგია იმისათვის, რომ რაიმე, ასე ვთქვათ, გადაცნობას, რაიმე უყურადღებობას არ კონდეს ადგილი და პირიქით დამატებით კიდევ ერთხელ იქნეს გაკონტროლებული, რომ მაქსიმალურად უზრუნველყოფილი იყოს ბავშვებისათვის მორგებული გარემო, ბავშვებისთვის მნიშვნელოვანი ინფორმაცია იქნეს გაზიარებული. გარდა ამისა, ადამიანის ფლების დეპარტამენტს აქვს თავისი Facebook გვერდი, თუ რაიმე კითხვა გააქვს ბავშვებს, რაიმე საკითხის დაზუსტება უნდათ, ან რაღაც ინფორმაციის ნაკლებობას განიცდიან, შეგიძლიათ მიწეროთ ადამიანის ფლების დეპარტამენტს და ჩვენი თანამშრომლები, პროფესიონალები, რომელიც წლებია უკვე ამაზე მუშაობენ, მზად არიან რომ გამოცდილება გაგიზიარონ და თუნდაც შემთხვევა, რომელიც შეიძლება ვერ აცნობიერებდეს ბავშვი, რომ ის შეიცავს დანაშაულის ნიშნებს, ამ შემთხვევაში ადამიანის ფლების დეპარტამენტის თანამშრომლები ყველანაირ მხარდაჭერას აღმოგიჩენენ ამ პროცესში. დიდი მადლობა, ბოდიში ძალიან გამიგრძელდა სიტყვა. მინდა ყველას წარმატებები გისურვოთ, განსაკუთრებული მადლობა ქალბატონ სოფოს აი ამ ღონისძიების ორგანიზებისთვის და ჩვენ რა თქმა უნდა ჩვენი თანამშრომლები ტელეკონფერენციის მანძილზე ვიქნებით აქტიურად ჩართულნი იმისათვის, რომ ჩვენი გამოცდილება გაგიზიაროთ. დიდი მადლობა.
დიდი მადლობა ბატონო სანდრო. მინდა ვთხოვო ტექნიკურ ჯგუფს, რომ ვიდეო მესიჯი, რომელიც ბატონი მარტინ ჩუნგონგისგან გვაქვს, გავაზიაროთ თუ შეიძლება. ბატონი მარტინ ჩუმოგი, გახლავთ საერთაშორისო საპარლამენტო.
Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely thank you, Professor Sophie Kiladze, for your kind invitation to this important event. Regrettably, prior commitments prevent me from attending in person, but I extend my best wishes for productive discussions. The topic of this conference is both timely and critical. Digital technology is transforming our world, shaping economies, societies, and particularly the lives of children. While it offers extraordinary opportunities for learning, communication, and development, it also presents significant risks. As we embrace the digital age, we must ensure that children's rights are fully protected and upheld. Parliaments play a key role in this endeavor. The Interparliamentary Union IPU has long championed children's rights, working with partners such as UNICEF and the Committee on the Rights of the Child to implement the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Our efforts include mobilizing Parliament for legislative action, policy advocacy, and capacity building to strengthen the role of parliamentarians in safeguarding children's rights. Ladies and gentlemen, digital technology is now an integral part of childhood, with 1 in 3 internet users globally being under 18 years of age. As highlighted in General Comment 25 of the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, the digital environment should support children's development while ensuring their protection from harm. Parliamentarians must ensure that national policies and laws align with this vision by closing the digital divide. More than 2.6 billion people remain offline, many of them children. Parliamentarians must advocate for universal and equitable digital access, ensuring that all children, regardless of geography or socioeconomic background, can benefit from the digital revolution. Strengthening digital literacy. Digital skills are essential for navigating the online world safely. Parliaments should support initiatives that promote digital education for children, parents, and educators, ensuring responsible and informed digital engagement, regulating AI and digital platforms. While ongoing discussions among international bodies highlight both the potential and risks of AI, there is a pressing need to address concerns such as bias, surveillance, and online harm. Parliaments must enact clear, enforceable safeguards to ensure AI systems uphold children's rights. While digital technology provides many benefits, it also exposes children to significant risks, harmful content, cyberbullying, exploitation, and privacy violations. Addressing these challenges requires a multi-stakeholder approach, including developing child-centric online policies. Governments and digital platforms must adopt strong privacy protections, age-appropriate content policies, and mechanisms to prevent online abuse. Promoting digital accountability. Companies should be required to conduct child impact assessments on AI and digital services. Parliamentarians should oversee compliance with these safeguards, supporting global cooperation. Addressing these challenges requires collaboration between parliaments, governments, and international organizations, civil society, and the private sector. This conference exemplifies such collaboration by bringing together key stakeholders to foster collective solutions. The Interparliamentary Union stands ready to work with its partners to advance these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the critical role of parliaments in shaping policies that safeguard children's rights in the digital age, the Interparliamentary Union is committed to working with its member parliaments in the following areas. 1. Enhancing legislative frameworks to uphold children's rights in the digital space. 2. Investing in digital literacy programs to equip children, parents, and educators with the skills needed for safe online engagement. 3. Strengthening international cooperation to bridge the digital divide and promote equitable access to technology. 4. Holding digital platforms accountable for ensuring a safe, child-friendly digital environment. 5. Engaging civil society and young people in shaping digital policies that reflect their needs and concerns. The IPU reaffirms its commitment to supporting parliaments in their endeavors to establish a digital environment that upholds the rights and well-being of children. Furthermore, the Interparliamentary Union is willing to work with other stakeholders to achieve this shared objective. I welcome, in particular, the initiative of the Committee on the Rights of the Child to develop a joint statement on AI and child rights. And I confirm the IPU's intention to contribute fully to this endeavor. In a resolution on AI and democracy in October last year, the IPU called for increased international multi-stakeholder cooperation, collaboration, and exchange of information and experiences to ensure a united worldwide effort to maximize the benefits of AI while mitigating risks to humanity, including through initiatives designed to reduce disparities in technological development between nations. We see the great potential for AI to support the realization of children's rights, including the rights to education and health, among others. We see equally clearly some of the risks most visibly in the way in which AI may increase the risk of online harm to children. Parliaments have a central role in defining the legislative frameworks around child rights and AI. I believe that this joint statement will provide important guidance for parliaments as for other stakeholders. I thank you for your attention and wish you a fruitful discussion.
Excellent speech from Mr. Martin Chugong. Now we move to the next speaker, and it is Mr. Irakli Beridze, the head of UNICRI Center for AI and Robotics. He will join us online, or he is joining us online. Can you hear us, Mr. Irakli?
I can hear you very well, Sopo. Thank you very much.
Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much once again to give me the floor. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends. It's really a great pleasure to join you today, even if only virtually, for this important discussion on child rights in the digital environment and the role of artificial intelligence. While I really truly regret not being in Tbilisi, which is my hometown, my roots, and the city that means so much to me, my heart is always there. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Vice Chair of the Committee of the Right of a Child, Professor Sophie Kiladze, and Director of the Grigol Robakidze University, Professor Kiladze, for co-hosting this event. My appreciation also goes to all partners and supporters who have helped bring us together. Conversations like this are extremely crucial as we navigate the evolving challenges and opportunities that artificial intelligence presents for children. AI is rapidly transforming our world. We've talked quite a lot about it. It is shaping economies, revolutionizing education, and even altering how we define human interaction. For children, AI offers unprecedented opportunities from personalized learning and improved healthcare to stronger tools for online protection. However, AI's misuse poses serious dangers. One of the most alarming trends we are witnessing is the creation of AI-generated child sexual exploitation and abuse material at an unprecedented scale and speed. Law enforcement agencies already facing overwhelming caseloads struggle to distinguish AI-generated materials from real victims in need of urgent rescue. Late last year, UNICRI and our center, in collaboration with Bracket Foundation, released a study to advance understanding of these emerging threats and explore strategies to counter the misuse of generative AI. Generative AI also presents challenges beyond law enforcement. Children themselves are increasingly using AI-powered tools and quite often without sufficient guidance of potential risks. That is why, in partnership with the Disney Worldwide Services, we are working to enhance AI literacy for children, aiming to empower them to navigate AI safety while mitigating risks. This is one of our great projects which our center is implementing currently. At UNICRI Center for AI and Robotics, by the way, we started our AI literacy journey back in 2016. We work to better understand both the opportunities and risks AI presents in security and justice, including child protection. Our AI for Safer Children initiative, which is our flagship initiative launched together and with support of the Ministry of Interior of United Arab Emirates, now supports law enforcement agencies in over 120 countries in tackling online child exploitation. Within this program, we have trained over 2,500 law enforcement agents working in this particular crime area. In addition, we are currently supporting the development of the joint statement on AI and rights of a child, together with the UN Committee on the Rights of a Child, UNESCO, ITU, and other partners presenting at this very conference. While the statement has not yet been adopted, it represents an important step towards ensuring AI policies and regulations incorporate children's rights from the onset. I really thank the UN Committee on the Right of a Child, and particularly Professor Kiladze, for initiating this together with other partners, which I believe that will be a groundbreaking statement, followed with concrete and tangible actions and results. To create a safe and inclusive digital environment, we need several things. We need to promote AI literacy for children, parents, and educators so that they can make informed choices. We need to ensure accountability in AI development, encouraging ethical and responsible innovation. We also need to make AI accessible and fair, reducing bias and ensuring all children, regardless of their background, benefit from its potential. This conference provides an opportunity to reflect on how AI is shaping children's lives, both in terms of its benefits and challenges it presents. As AI continues to evolve, different stakeholders play a role in ensuring its development use and prioritize children's needs. Governments may consider how AI policies and regulatory frameworks can better incorporate child rights and protections. The private sector has an opportunity to integrate ethical AI design principles that support child safety and well-being. Civil society and academia can contribute by deepening research, fostering awareness, and exploring ways to ensure AI serves the best interests of children. And of course, young people themselves have an important perspective to share as they engage with AI-driven technology in their daily lives, encouraging their participation in discussions on AI can help shape a more inclusive and balanced approach. As we move forward, especially regarding the use of AI by and for children, we must ensure it's developed responsibly and earns the trust of society. It is equally important that users, especially children, parents, and educators, develop a comprehensive understanding of the societal efforts of AI and its expanding role in daily life. This powerful technology is here to stay, and it's up to us to harness its potential to safeguard children rather than expose them to harm. While no single solution fits all contexts, discussions like this can help us move forward stronger awareness, better practices, and more child-centered approach to artificial intelligence. I therefore look forward to hearing the insights from today's discussions, and thank you all for your attention. დიდი მადლობა ყურადღებისთვის. მოხალრული ვარ რომ თქვენთან ვარ დღეს.
Thank you, Mr. Irakli, very much for your excellent speech and all insights you give to us, to children here in person and online. The next speaker, we will have the video message from Her Excellency Rim Al-Falasi, the Minister of Motherhood and Childhood of United Arab Emirates. Please.
Your Excellencies and honored guests, it is an honor to join you in celebrating the 35th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. This milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to protect children and ensure their well-being, especially in today's digital world, where online interactions are an integral part of their lives. The United Arab Emirates has made child safety in the digital space a national priority, recognizing both the opportunities and risks of technology. Cyberbullying, online exploitation, and digital threats require proactive measures, and the UAE has taken significant steps to ensure that technology empowers rather than harms our children. Through the Bullying Prevention Program, we monitor and combat cyberbullying while educating students, parents, and educators on digital safety. The Safe Surfers program equips children with essential tech skills and has earned international recognition, including the WSIS Award in 2018. Since 2016, the AGDAR program has reached over 200,000 students and parents, raising awareness on internet safety. In 2020, the Mini Masterclass Virtual Summer Camp, launched in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and the ICDL Foundation, provided cybersecurity training to young learners. These initiatives are essential in today's digital world, where children and youth are constantly connected. Teaching them how to stay safe online, recognize risks, and use technology responsibly helps protect them while also giving them the confidence to navigate the digital space. My best wishes to everyone for a future that protects all the children of the world.
Thank you very much. So the next speaker is the Miss Archana Gulati, the Deputy BDT Director from the International Telecommunications Union, who will be joining us online. It's very early in Geneva, Miss Archana, but we are very happy that you are here. Please, place yours.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here, distinguished colleagues. esteemed members of the Committee on the Rights of the Child, dear participants. Thank you for organizing what I'm certain is going to be a very meaningful two-day discussion. It is a real privilege to join you at the opening of this important event and to be a part of a conversation that is ever so critical to the well-being and the rights of children in the digital age. It is very easy to appreciate the huge potential of technology as an empowering tool for children, particularly in areas of education, health, and overall participation. However, as we are all aware, globally, there is an increasing recognition of the associated risks and the urgent requirement to ensure that the digital environment is safe, inclusive, and rights-respecting for every child. As the United Nations Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technology, the ITU has been at the heart of the technology industry for 160 years. Our role has evolved over time, from coordinating international telegraph transmissions to setting global standards for modern digital infrastructure, mapping radio spectrum, and ensuring that connectivity reaches even the most remote and underserved communities. Today, as AI and digital technologies increasingly shape children's lives, we must ensure collectively that these tools are harnessed responsibly and ethically to protect and empower young users. ITU has a unique composition, which is a truly multi-stakeholder one. We have 194 government members and over 700 private sector and academic members, and this enables us to bring together governments, industry, civil society, and technical experts to advance collective solutions to today's digital challenges, and those include the ones affecting children. Recognizing that online access for children encompasses both opportunities as well as risks, ITU has been leading an inclusive multi-stakeholder process around child's online safety since 2009. Our Child Online Protection Initiative is a broad, international collaborative network working to create a safer digital environment for children. Through policy frameworks, guidelines, and capacity building programs, the International Telecommunications Union has worked extensively with policymakers, educators in the private sector, and civil society to prevent and to respond to online risks. Our Child Online Protection Guidelines, revised in 2021 through direct consultation with children themselves, have become a global benchmark for child online safety. As artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies rapidly reshape our societies, it is more urgent than ever for us to ensure that children's rights are embedded at the core of digital innovation. This includes embedding safety by design in AI-driven platforms and emerging technologies, ensuring that child's rights are upheld in AI governance and regulatory frameworks, and strengthening digital literacy initiatives, particularly for marginalized children, so that no one is left behind in an AI-driven future. The world needs better international and national legal frameworks, norms, and concrete online child protection principles to guide the development and deployment of AI. The International Telecommunications Union remains fully committed to working with all stakeholders to ensure that digital innovation aligns with children's safety, rights, and best interests. I would like to extend my appreciation to the Committee on the Rights of the Child for convening this conference and for our ongoing collaboration in developing a joint statement on AI and child rights with key UN sister agencies and other partners. This initiative reflects our shared vision for a coordinated, rights-based approach to artificial intelligence and digital technologies, and I encourage all of us to use this opportunity to strengthen our collective efforts. Throughout this conference, we will explore strategies to create a digital environment that prioritizes children's best interest, including through safety by design approaches, digital literacy, and ethical AI governance. These discussions will be critical in guiding our collective action that must be informed by the perspective of the children themselves. As we embark on this important dialogue, I encourage all of us to reflect on the role that we play, whether it is in policy, technology, development, advocacy, or research, to ensure that artificial intelligence and digital technologies serve children's rights rather than compromise them. I look forward to our discussions and to shaping a digital future where all children can learn, create, thrive safely and equitably. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Archana. Great presentation. Thank you very much. Now we have the video message from Baroness Bian Kidron, who is the member of the House of Lords of the United Kingdom. Please.
Good morning. I am so sorry not to be with you today. For more than a decade, I've been working to build the digital world that children deserve. And with colleagues, I've seen positive results in General Comment 25 on the relevance of children's rights in the digital environment, the Age-Appropriate Design Code, which offers a high bar of data privacy for children, the UK's Online Safety Act, and the many instruments of the EU that have put children front and centre. But even before we have finished that job, the world has become consumed by the impact of AI in its latest form. Some hail AI as the answer to many of the world's intractable problems. Others have issued stark warnings of its power and control, and that we are on a path to the erosion of truth, jobs, human control, or maybe even human existence. The reality is that any of these could be true. I've seen AI systems that can monitor a preterm baby's heartbeat without having to stick heavy instruments on their paper-thin chest, or used to teach sign language to hearing classmates so that they could all communicate with their deaf peer. But equally, I've seen AI-driven products promoting eating disorders and chatbots that offer advice that suggests violence or suicide to children. But this good-bad view of AI is not helpful, nor are the more existential issues, not because these are unimportant questions, but because they're obscuring the everyday, the immediate, and the fact that it's not governments and citizens who are determining our collective future. AI is being developed mainly by private businesses with narrow commercial interests that are focused on profit rather than its propensity for hallucination. The fact that it's a numbers game giving you the most likely statistical response to a question rather than evidence truth. And it's being developed without any regard for the red lines that support human values, whether that is automated lethal weapons or consideration of the impact of services and products on children and childhood. It's been several decades since the tech sector negotiated free rein for its products and services, a position that is fiercely defended by lobbying, legal action, and a mind-boggling level of corporate self-interest. Indeed, tomorrow we will see testimony from yet another whistleblower, charting the fact that Meta knew about harms to children, the impact of their service in Myanmar, and the back doors they offered to the Chinese state at the cost of Hong Kong citizens. And yet again, we have allowed tech to launch products and systems with almost no oversight, few responsibilities, and no liability. AI is not new. And it's not different from previous technological advances. AI has been in development for more than 70 years, and many of the risks it poses to children are ones we have experience with, from relentless privacy violations to manipulative and predatory design practices. This also means that we have the foundation to address it, notably the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the General Comment 25, to which I have already referred. It's worrying, therefore, that in spite of the years of experience regulating the digital world and the best practices that are emerging globally, we have allowed the sector to once again argue that they should be beyond regulatory control. If we are headed for existential threat, then being a little careful about how technology develops may give us a few more years. And if we are not headed there, it would be better for us to have a voice in the how and what the world looks like when AI is ubiquitous in societies across the globe. This may not be a popular view. On the contrary, there is an increasing drumbeat of deregulation, and with it a narrative that claims regulation hinders innovation, a narrative that privileges the incumbents and behemoths, those with their hands on the technology already, who would rather build their brands and models without challenge or competition. Sadly, it's also a narrative that ministers around the globe parrot without either looking back to see who benefited disproportionately from the last round of unfettered innovation and who paid the price. Nor do they seem to look at history to remind us what happens when power gets concentrated in too few hands. Done properly, regulation puts the consumer and the citizen's voice into technology. It provides guidelines for innovators, letting them know what they can and can't do. It can both prevent harm and drive innovation to develop in ways that are beneficial for society as a whole. In doing so, regulation provides a level playing field upon which emerging and established stakeholders can compete in a race to relevance. To catalyze this, Five Rights is proud to be launching our Children and AI Design Code next week in Berlin. The AI Code provides a clear and practical path forward for the development and use of AI systems that impact children, taking into account as a norm their rights and their development needs. It does so by mandating certain expertise and actions, as well as raising a series of questions designed to reveal gaps and risk. It's an important and necessary correction of the persistent failure to consider children, and it is an essential blueprint for delivering on the responsibilities clarified in General Comment 25 and the commitments to children in the Global Digital Compact. It's grounded in and compatible with global principles and frameworks. It supports existing regulatory initiatives, and it provides a standard for those in jurisdictions that are considering introducing new legislation or regulation. For AI to serve humanity and live up to its great promise, it cannot be concentrated in the hands of a few unaccountable businesses, nor should it be built on the violation of children's rights. If AI, like other technologies before it, moves fast and breaks things, we must, at a minimum, act on the consensus that it may not break our children. I wish you all a very productive and impactful conference, and I look forward to seeing its outcomes contribute to building the digital world that children truly deserve. Thank you.
Thanks to Baroness Kidron for the great speech, as always. Thanks all of you, all the speakers, all those who are in person and online. We now have the coffee break for half an hour, and we will continue exactly at 12:30 with the session 1, AI Governance for Child Rights. Thank you. See you soon. Dear moderator, Dr. Juliana Scariferante, we can begin, please.
Good morning, everybody from Malta, but good afternoon, because I believe that it's 12:30 in Georgia. First of all, I would like to thank primarily Professor Sophie Kiladze for taking this initiative. And I would also like to thank the technical team that has made it possible for us to be able to connect online. So let us start with our first speaker on the panel, Mr. Dimitri Gugonava, who currently serves as head of the Digital Governance and Cybersecurity Strategic Planning and Analytical Unit. He is also a contributor in international AI and cybersecurity policymaking. Since 2022, he has led the Georgian delegation to the Council of Europe Committee on Artificial Intelligence, and in 2024 was elected as a bureau member of the CAI. Additionally, in 2023 and 24, he was twice elected as co-chair of the Georgian Cybersecurity Public-Private Partnership, fostering collaboration between the public and private sectors on cybersecurity initiatives. Mr. Gugunova will refer to the Council of Europe Framework Convention on AI, basically on the overview of the convention and its relevance to children's rights, key provisions related to human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Secondly, he will also be referring to Digital Governance Strategy of Georgia, 2025 to 2030. That is AI governance priorities in Georgia and the role of digital governance in protecting children's rights. And thirdly, he will also be referring to Georgian Cyber Public-Private Partnership Working Group on Child Online Protection, basically on the objectives and initiatives to safeguard children in the digital space and collaboration between government, private sector, and civil society. So thank you, Mr. Gugunova, for joining us, and I pass the floor to you.
Too many topics for 10-15 minutes. Thank you so much for inviting me to this conference. Gamarjoba. Greetings to everyone. Distinguished colleagues, ladies, gentlemen, happy 35th anniversary of the Convention of the Rights of the Child. I hope you hear me well, and you can also see my shared screen here, just to get the confirmation from your side, Ms. Dr. Juliana.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be with you today, even if only remotely. I would have preferred to meet in person in Tbilisi as originally planned, but circumstances have decided otherwise. The implementation process of this convention, the Convention of Rights of the Child, is another example. If you ask me, that the human being is worth protecting despite the place of birth, age, capabilities, and many other criteria. Likewise, technologies are also having a global nature, and everyone is talking about that, and it affects everyone around the globe, not considering at all the political, ethnical, or cultural borders. I am Dimitri Gugunava, and I'm wearing two hats today. The first one is I'm representing the Digital Governance Agency operating under Ministry of Justice of Georgia. And at the same time, I'm head of delegation in the Committee of Artificial Intelligence in the Council of Europe. And it's really an honor to be here today to discuss the significant role of artificial intelligence in the context of the digital governance and cybersecurity systems, both in Georgia and in the broader framework of the Council of Europe. Today, I shall be speaking about three topics. The one is the digital governance strategy of Georgia. Another one is Georgian cyber public-private partnership and how it supports discussions and creates forum for discussing different topics, including the child online protection topic. And the third one is the Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights, Democracy, and Rule of Law. Let me start by providing a very brief overview of the Georgian digital governance strategy. I'm proud to be part of the team that is working tirelessly to advance Georgia's digital policies in general, ensuring they align with international standards and emerging technologies. Our commitment to digital governance is encapsulated in the upcoming Digital Governance Strategy 2025-2030. This strategy aims to strengthen Georgia's digital infrastructure and also emphasizes the critical role of artificial intelligence in improving public services and fostering economical growth. When we're talking about public services, even though formally children are not allowed to, in most cases, to be the end users of the public services. At the end of the day, we see this picture we see this topic in a much bigger picture, as far as children are the ones who are using the technologies, who are using the devices, who are using the applications that may interfere in the rights that are protected both on the international level and on the local level. There are three main things concerning AI in the digital governance strategy of Georgia. The first one is we plan to deepen the cooperation between the public and private sectors on digital governance issues, including AI. And on the operational level, there will be working groups, and by all means, there will be one working group concentrating on AI. Another one, and we do have that kind of experience in cybersecurity, and we want to use that experience in the digital governance from this year. And I shall talk about the PPPs in cyber in my next slides. Another one is establishing thematic groups on digital governance within the framework of public-private partnerships. And another one, the last one, is conducting research on the regulation of innovative and new technologies and international best practices, including AI and many other emerging techs. We do understand that without high-quality research papers, high-quality surveys, no high-level policy level decisions should be made. Even though there are many researches conducted around the globe, Georgia needs to have the data about the local situation. Georgia needs to generate the data, and only after well analyzing this data, we can duly plan our policy in AI, which will cover all the topics, including the connection between AI-related threats, AI-related risks, and children's rights. Another topic here that I want to talk about here is National Cybersecurity Strategy of Georgia, which includes two activities related to children, and which was actually the legal ground for creating Georgian cybersecurity public-private partnership. The first activity was identify and raise public awareness of applications and games that pose threats. And another one was create a parent's guide to monitoring children's internet usage. Both topics were included in the Georgian Cyber Public-Private Partnership. And last year we had a wonderful meeting with the representatives of different organizations, including Communications Commission, including NGOs specified on children's rights, including the media-related NGOs, including the different governmental organizations, etc. Actually, this public-private partnership was established in 2030. We have different working groups here, and one of those is Child Online Protection Group. We have used many documents elaborated by ITU and UNICEF and many other organizations concentrating on child online protection. In the frames of this collaboration, as far as public-private partnership means not only public-private, but also public-public, public-private, and private-private collaborations, last year, we signed the Memorandum of Understanding. When I say we, mean Digital Governance Agency, signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the National Center for Teacher Professional Development. This is the topic of the memorandum is cyber hygiene teaching materials for schools, which DGA has elaborated and can be used by the teachers to teach. Another topic is Georgian cyber awareness raising strategy. We have just recently finalized elaboration of this particular policy document. We plan to conduct informational meetings about the child safety online in at least 5 schools this year. Ministry of Education and Science of Georgia, Communications Commission, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Personal Data Protection Service are all included in this activity. This doesn't mean that only the pupils of 5 schools will be covered. This is about not only about trainings, this is about TOTs, and we want to use the pupils, the teachers as the ambassadors for further spreading the information about the cyber risks and cyber-related threats. The last topic in my very short, in the considering the limitations of the presentation time, is the Council of Europe Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence and Human Rights and Democracy and the Rule of Law. As you are aware, the Council of Europe is the leading and the largest international organization focusing on human rights. Council of Europe has 46 members and 5 observer states. We are aware that Council of Europe started working on AI and was one of the pioneers in between the international organizations who started working and concentrating all the resources on AI in 2019. And the first organizational unit which was created was Ad Hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence, CAHI, which examined on the basis of the broad multi-stakeholder consultations, the feasibility and potential elements of the legal framework for the activities of artificial intelligence systems based on the Council of Europe's already existing standards and human rights and democracy and the rule of law. This ad hoc committee was later succeeded by the Committee on Artificial Intelligence, as we call it, CAI, which has negotiated Council of Europe's Framework Convention on AI and Human Rights and Democracy and Human Rights and Democracy and the Rule of Law. And in April 2022, the CAI held this inaugural meeting in Rome, Italy. And we have been working for not quite a short period of time. And we finalized our work. We created the draft convention document, which was signed by a number of member states and also observer states in the very first days of when the signature process was opened. And now,
Mr. Gogonov, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please. I'm so sorry, but we have a very short time.
I shall be quick, I
Please.
promise. I want to emphasize several things here. The first one is that Council of Europe Convention on AI, Human Rights, Democracy and the Rule of Law is the first international instrument having the goal of creating the standard of protecting human rights, including the child online protection. This convention was elaborated in the process of ensuring multi-stakeholder involvement in negotiating Council of Europe treaties as a part of its practice. And both CAHI and CAI processes saw extensive involvement of civil society, academia, and industry representatives. After the convention, we have already finalized, and Georgia was one of the first countries to sign the convention. And after signing the convention, the CAI had started working on Hudaria document, which is about assessing the risks and impacts on human rights. And the convention itself includes the risk and impacts management requirements, the critical and crucial elements of the governance of AI systems. Now we are finalizing the work on Hudaria model document, which will be finalized by the end of this year. And we shall have very comprehensive, not only the convention, but also the Hudaria methodology and Hudaria model, which can be used further by the countries to duly implement the convention and protect the human rights, including the child rights in their countries. Thank you so much. Sorry for taking too much time, and wish you all the best. If there will be any questions during the Q&A, I'm ready to deep down in any topic.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Gogonavo. I'm so sorry, but I'm trying to keep the time, and I do understand there is so much to say, and I thank you for your intervention. I would like to move on to the second speaker, who is Fanny Rotino. She's a coordinator and co-author of the ITU guidelines on child online protection. She has chaired a working group of numerous experts in the field of child protection, ICTs, and cybersecurity. She's also leading on new multi-stakeholder initiatives with industry. So, Ms. Rotino is going to speak to us about AI impacts on child rights, both opportunities and risks, ITU's global role as the UN agency for digital technologies, uniting governments, regulators, private sector, and civil society, multi-stakeholder cooperation, essential for effective AI governance for children, AI for good, fostering innovation and partnerships to harness AI responsibility, supporting national strategies, helping governments develop child online protection frameworks, including AI-related policies, building capacity, raising awareness and skill for policymakers, educators, industries, and children, global AI standards, advocating for inclusive, future-proof AI governance rooted in children's rights. So thank you, Ms. Fanny Rotino. I'll pass the floor to you, please. Just remember, I kindly ask you to keep to the 10-minute intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Ferrante, and welcome and good morning or good afternoon indeed to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today, and I would like to thank the organizers for convening this conference and this important panel, and of course, to our collaborators on the ongoing work that is part of today's conference. After this, I think a great deep dive into a national example on how to approach today's topic from the government perspective, I would like to zoom out again a little bit and consider the situation or the topic from a global perspective. And before I do so, I would like to start with a quote from a young person I have worked with, Akansha. She was 11 years old when I worked with her. She was on the advisory board on child online protection within the ITU. And she said, with the internet and things like AI, I take it like with riding my bike. It is something I had to learn how to ride it. And now I love it. But I keep a helmet on all time while I drive on the bike lane in order to stay safe. I think this shows the two key elements. First, of course, she says she had to learn it. Now she protects herself with a helmet, but also she takes it as granted that there is indeed a bike lane on which she can drive as a rider, as a bike rider, and which she has special protection. So I think this is, the framework of our entire discussion today, because as AI is increasingly indeed shaping children's lives, and we have had that a lot already this morning, influencing how they learn, how they interact, how you learn and interact, because you're all here with us, and access information from education, which is facilitated, and maintainment, healthcare, we have heard great examples, social engagement. AI offers great opportunities to enhance children's well-being. At the same time, it introduces those new risks that we will also hear more in depth about continuing this conference today and tomorrow, that must be addressed. And these drive from privacy concerns to harmful content exposure and algorithmic biases. Our challenge as global organizations is to ensure that AI is used in a way that upholds rather than undermines children's rights. So looking into the opportunities and risks, and I know we have a dedicated session, so I will keep it very high level. We have spoken about education, AI-powered tools that can support personalized learning, making education also more inclusive and adaptable. Accessibility is a key point also for us at ITU, making education, but also content, knowledge, more accessible for children with disabilities, as an example. Health and well-being, we have heard about that. Early screening for learning difficulties, for example, speech disorders or mental health concerns can be tackled with the help of AI. But also creativity, civic engagement, play can be, the right to play that children have can, of course, be strengthened through AI, being enabled to create music, art, stories, while also improving access to reliable information. But we have those risks that we consider, increasing and becoming more and more threatening to children's rights and well-being. And this is as per the risks children face in the broader online environment or digital environment is exposure to harmful content as one of the key pillars. We have concerns around privacy and data protection, the collection of vast amounts of children's data, and we don't know how this data is used and stored necessarily. We have those bias and discrimination that is disproportionately affecting marginalized children in particular. Then we have misinformation and manipulation, which are of great concern, influencing children's perceptions, and decision making. But we also have emerging new safety threats, such as the generation of synthetic child abuse material and deepfake content, which poses serious risks indeed to child protection. ITU has been playing a key role in strengthening child protection in the digital environment broadly. And when we speak about the digital environment, this includes new and emerging technologies such as AI. We recognize that these technologies must be governed in a way that prioritizes children's rights, safety, and privacy. We bring together as one of the only agencies or UN agencies that has sector members, governments, in addition to regulators, the private sector, civil society, and academia, in a truly multi-stakeholder approach to child online protection, which we feel is essential because AI technologies affecting children are indeed, as we have heard this morning, developed by private companies, regulated then by national authorities, and deployed globally, used by children. So without cooperation, child protection efforts remain fragmented, leaving gaps that we are very difficult, that will pose difficult issues to be closed afterwards. In ITU, we provide a neutral platform for these actors to come together, such as through our Council Working Group on Child Online Protection, which is a formal meeting happening twice a year where we bring together ministries of ICTs, regulators, the private sector, and experts in the field of child protection and online safety to discuss challenges, but also to explore areas of collaboration. We are further leading one of our key initiatives, the AI for Good initiative, which connects AI innovators with public and private partners to explore how AI can address global challenges, including child protection concerns in the digital environment. Each year, the AI for Good Global Summit brings together policymakers, tech leaders, and researchers to discuss the potential of AI for social good, and not about only mitigating risks, but also identifying ways that AI can actively contribute to safe, more inclusive digital environments for children, and supporting concrete initiatives, concrete and real initiatives that turn AI's potential into real-world solutions that benefit children. We are indeed supporting, in addition, national efforts to develop strategies, frameworks, policy, regulatory or policy or legal frameworks on child online protection in the digital environment. Our child online protection guidelines help as a tool, as a blueprint to support those national efforts to strengthen indeed not only the frameworks, but also to build the capacity of key stakeholders. And this includes training policymakers and regulators on developing frameworks, but also on how to implement these. It includes working with AI developers to embed child safety into their technologies from the start. And it includes also the digital literacy and education awareness for children and young people, for their entourage, for their families, for their parents and caretakers, in order for them to be not only knowledgeable, but also to be empowered to support their peers through peer-led solutions and training of trainers. We have already heard about that model, training models to ensure sustainability of the skills and the knowledge being shared. To close my intervention, to respect my short time.
Thank you so much.
Here is a call to a shared responsibility that I would like to highlight. Governance must be a shared responsibility, and this builds on indeed the nature of child protection and the digital environment being intersectoral. So we believe that governments must create frameworks that protect children, the famous bike lane. The tech industry must commit to responsible AI design, so the bike itself has to be safe. And global organizations like us must continue to foster collaboration, to provide guidance, and to support national efforts. Thank you very much, and over to you, Ms. Seri Ferrante. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, both of you, for two very interesting interventions, Dr. Gonova and Ms. Fanny Rotino. We will move on now to Dr. Elodie Veil. Dr. Veil is a Privy Council in the French Data Protection Authority. She works in the Department of Governmental and Local Authorities Affairs at the Legal Directorate of the French regulator. Her field of expertise relates to the protection of children's data, in particular in the education area. Dr. Veil will be intervening today to speak about IA in education from a data protection authority perspective. She will also share her experience of the French Data Protection Authority on the subject, focusing especially on how the CNIL works on AI in education to protect children's data, AI use cases in education and the identified risks from a data protection perspective, and existing legal framework and support from the CNIL to limit these risks. Thank you, Dr. Veil. I give the floor to you.
Thanks, Rut. Let me start by warmly thanking the organizers for inviting me to share the CNIL perspective with the attending audience. As the CNIL's areas of expertise is the protection of data and privacy and the respect of individual rights in the digital environment, we obviously look at AI systems from these angles. The CNIL has long been interested in the protection of children's data and published in 2021, 8 recommendations stemming from a review conducted with all the stakeholders concerned. With regard to the societal issues at stake, but also taking into consideration young people's desire for autonomy, the CNIL has always been striking a balance between autonomy and protection of children in its works. Since 2022, the CNIL has published a series of position papers and fact sheets on the development of EA, even if its depth work undertaken on AI related to children, particularly in the specific context of education, is a work in progress. But before going into the substance, a few words for clarification on the CNIL's capacities to protect the personal data of children in the context of the use of AI. The CNIL has 3 different approaches to protecting children's data. The first one is the repressive approach. Since the CNIL as a data protection authority handles complaints and also has supervision and sanction powers. The second approach is an accompanying compliance activity. The CNIL provides legal and technical assistance to data controllers in the public and private sectors, but also answers questions from data protection officers or any other person about the compliance of a personal data processing project. And in this context, our legal and technical team provided support and advice to companies in 2022 as part of an EdTech sandbox on the theme of digital tools used in the education sector. We helped them to develop a virtuous service or product in terms of data protection and published lessons learned that could be useful to other stakeholders in the same EdTechs. And more recently, the CNIL has launched work on the use of AI systems in education to publish content aimed at teachers and data controllers. And the third approach echoes the mission of promoting rights among children and raising awareness. The CNIL has made digital education a strategic priority since 2013 and has developed a number of resources for children, teachers, and anyone working in the education sector to raise awareness of digital issues, particularly at school. And the Public Awareness Directorate is charged with these tasks. Without dwelling any longer on these institutional remarks, I would now like to outline some of the key issues that CNIL is addressing on the subject of AI in education. The CNIL is aware of the interest that AI technologies hold for the development of new teaching methods. And with the development of artificial intelligence, and in particular generative artificial intelligence, it has brought educational practices into question. As a matter of fact, AI technologies are already being used in education, and there are many wide-ranging applications, and they revolve around three areas identified by the French Ministry of Education. The first area is teacher support, for example, copy correction, preparation of adapted lessons, plagiarism detection, etc., etc. The second one is the student assistance, for example, any help with homework, reading, adapting to special educational needs. And finally, the management of educational institutions, school safety, for example. And while AI is enabling progress in the world of education, such as taking better account of special needs, reducing tedious tasks, and improving teaching practices, there are also a number of risks that require AI to be regulated. Traditionally, from the point of view of data protection, we identify three types of risks generated by data processing. And as a data protection authority, our first concern is confidentiality loss. Students and teachers could run the risk of sharing a lot of personal data with the AI system, especially in the context of personalization. And one of the major risks, over and above identity theft, is cyberbullying. But we can also imagine cases of unwanted modification of data. We saw, for example, modification to student grades or an error in the file of students who have been given zeros, the worst assessment in France, and who find themselves without any assignment. And finally, the third type, the disappearance of data, for example, encryption of data from software offering personalized teaching. But there are risks specifically linked to the use of AI, or which are not specific to AI, but have been amplified by AI. Let me briefly share a few examples of risks that we have experimented in our works. The first example, and the most important, is the excessive confidence in artificial intelligence. We think in particular the use of generative AI, because generative models are not knowledge bases. They obey a probabilistic logic, and which means that they only generate results that are statistically the most probable given the data on which they have been trained. And these systems can generate inaccurate results that may, however, appear plausible. Excessive confidence in that case, without any appropriate verification, can therefore lead to erroneous decisions or incorrect conclusions. Our like to share an example that we came across at the CNIL in the sector of higher education, which more and more use remote monitoring systems for online examinations. We published a recommendation and we launched, in relation to this recommendation, a public consultation that included a point on the use of artificial intelligence to detect fraud, and in particular, automatic environmental analysis. It resulted that a number of responses highlighted the problem of false positives, such as outside noises, door barking, door slamming, and all these elements are detected by the AI as abnormal situations and can have consequences for the students, which could lead to exclusion of the candidates. This is why the recommendation reiterated that the use of these tools should have no direct consequences for the student and should only alert the supervisor, who can consult the student's screen without disturbing him or her. And all of these illustrations prove the need for an enforceable framework. Moreover, there are already several regulations in place. At an international and European levels, there are the regulations specifically targeting children, in particular the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child in General Comments number 25. And in France, some of its provisions are directly applicable before jurisdiction, and this is the case particularly of Article 3 on the best interest of the child. And there is also the AI Act and, of course, the GDPR, including the obligation to comply with principle of minimization, lawfulness. Oh, sorry, did I step too much time? I can't hear you, but yeah, I think I have still a bit.
I was going to ask you to wrap up slowly.
Yeah, I almost finished.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the GDPR provides for obligations to comply with principle of minimization, lawfulness processing, and of informing individuals' privacy by design and by default. And of course, gives data subjects and of course children the possibility of exercising rights over the data, in particular the right of access, and in certain circumstances, the right to object and have their data erased. Just to mention that at a national level, the Ministry of Education is working on a framework for the use of AI in education, which is currently subject to a public consultation. And for our work, we are working on having GDPR obligations implemented into more operational terms for those who use them, particularly teachers. And they need to be given the keys to choose and implement AI system while protecting their pupils' privacy.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Roti, Dr. Vale. Thank you for such an insightful intervention. We will have to move on to the next speaker, who is Maria Eve Nadeau. She is the head of international advocacy at the Five Rights Foundation, leading global efforts to put children's rights at the heart of digital policy. She's got a background in international law and human rights, and she is a tireless advocate for AI governance, data protection, and online safety, working to ensure the digital world is designed with children in mind.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Nadeau, I was going to mention that you are going to focus on the importance of mitigating risks upstream and ensuring AI governance is a future-proof, existing children's rights and AI frameworks, and the need to ensure coherence, and children's rights and AI in the broader tech regulation landscape. So thank you very much. I will pass the floor to Dr. Nadeau.
Thank you so much. First, I want to say thank you for the organization of this wonderful event and conference to ensure that children's rights are respected in the governance of AI. As we mentioned in the introduction, at Five Rights, we have had the privilege of being at the forefront of this battle for children's rights to be upheld by design and default in the digital environment. We chair the steering committee of General Comment 25, and we support legislators from around the world to craft enforceable laws and regulations such as the age-appropriate design code that was mentioned earlier by our chair and founder, Baroness Kidron. We are also working alongside technical industry standards to create standards and practical tools that support companies to embed children's rights by design and default. And of course, and most importantly, all this work is supported by our wonderful group of young ambassadors. There are 200 of them from across the world, and we had the chance to see 2 of them in the introduction. So, sorry, I'm behind on the slides, but I want to start by saying that there is a myth, a carefully cultivated myth that AI is something entirely new, that it is exceptional, that it is untouchable, and that it is beyond governance. But it is simply not true. Artificial intelligence did not emerge from thin air. It is human-made, optimized with purpose and instructions towards intended outcome, and it has been decades in the making and shaping our digital world already for years. As we uncovered in Disrupted Childhood here, a report from Five Rights already published in 2018, looking at persuasive design, AI has long been embedded in the algorithm that curates our experiences, the data-driven systems that influences our choices, and the predictive technologies that decide what we see, hear, and even think. And despite this entanglement of AI in our lives, tech companies have deliberately framed it as an enigma, too complex, too novel, and too fast-moving to be governed. But this is an illusion, one that serves their interests, but certainly not those of children. But more than a decade of work at the intersection of children's rights and the digital environment has shown us that we do not need to reinvent the wheel or start from scratch. Enforceable frameworks regulating data, as Elodie mentioned earlier, privacy and online safety, demonstrate that accountability and proactive risk mitigations at the design stage are both possible and necessary. So AI governance can and must build on those foundations. Because I just want to make clear that the risks posed by AI are not inevitable. They are the results of choices, and choices that have too often prioritized a few commercial interests over children's rights and well-being. And as AI continues to develop at pace and without consideration for children and their rights, it intensifies the risks, embed them deeper in the infrastructure that shape children's lives. We can, of course, think of the AI recommender systems that maximize engagement on social medias at the cost of well-being, but this is just one piece of a much larger pattern, because AI already makes decisions that impacts children in education, in healthcare, and welfare. And too often, those systems are designed and deployed without regards for their consequences, or worse, as we've heard from some whistleblowers recently, knowing the risks and forging ahead anyway. So this cannot continue. Children are not test subjects for unregulated technology. And just as we require cars to be crash tested and food to meet safety standards, we must also demand AI products and services to be designed and developed to be safe for children. And that demand is not new and should be the foundation of AI governance that is grounded in children's rights. So as we mark the 35th anniversary of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which was established in the early days of the World Wide Web, one thing that is clear for all of us today is that children's rights do not end when technology begins. And the Committee of the Rights of the Child made it explicitly clear with General Comment 25 that children's rights apply fully in the digital environment. And let me be clear, AI is no exception. The obligation of the UNCRC applies across the digital environment, including AI and other emerging technologies. As articulated in General Comment 25, digital services must be designed to respect children's rights and their evolving capacities. Data protection, privacy by design, and safety by design are not optional, but are necessary safeguards. The best interest of the child must take precedence over commercial considerations. Transparency and accountability are essential, and AI and technologies such as emotional interference, emotional analytics, information filtering, and recommendation systems must not manipulate or interfere with children's freedom of thought and access to information, and so on. And as it was mentioned by speakers before me, building on and along General Comment 25, there has been key global and regional initiatives that have taken critical steps to embed children's rights in AI governance. They include, most recently, the UN High-Level Advisory Body Governing AI for Humanity report, UNICEF policy guidance, which Stephen will cover in a minute, and the World Economic Forum AI for Children Toolkit. In Europe, we have seen the AI Act, as well as the Council of Europe Framework Convention on AI that Dimitri mentioned earlier. But these efforts are not enough, and AI governance cannot stop at high-level commitments. The children in our youth ambassador tell us that they feel that the responsibility is all on them. So AI governance should also ensure that it translates into real-world, tangible impact for children. And this requires clear and enforceable duty for AI interacting with or impacting children to be designed, developed, and deployed to consider children's rights, needs, and vulnerabilities with a defined roadmap of expectations. It means mandatory due diligence across the value chain and risk assessment before deployment to prevent and address the adverse impact on children and their rights. It means making safety and transparency standards with adequate oversight and accountability. It means governance and regulation that is future-proof and tech-neutral so that we are not constantly chasing the next wave of innovation, but shaping its trajectory right from the outset. And let's be clear, far from stifling innovation, governance and regulation enables it. It sets the ground rules so that innovation serves society rather than exploits it. It ensures that new technologies enhance children's lives rather than endanger them. And most critically, it provides a level playing field so that companies acting responsibly are not undercut by those that does not. The convention is the most widely ratified human rights treaty in history. That tells us something fundamental, that there is broad consensus for children to be respected, protected, and fulfilled. So now it's important to translate this consensus into action, into AI that safeguards children in the age of AI. And to complement and build on these efforts, as it was announced earlier this morning by our chair and funders, we will launch a Children and AI code that will seek to provide a piece of the puzzle and a practical way forward, a blueprint to foster innovation while ensuring children's rights are at the heart of AI development. In conclusion,
Dr. Nado?
Yes,
please.
AI.
If we can start wrapping up, please.
AI is already shaping the world children will grow up in. So our responsibility is clear to ensure that it serves them and not exploit them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nadeau, for your engaging intervention. I will move on to our fifth speaker, Mr. Stephen Vosloo, who I see online. Mr. Vosloo is a technology, policy and innovation specialist at UNICEF, UNODC, Global Office of Research and Foresight. He works at the intersection of children, emerging tech, foresight and policy, covering issues such as children and AI, digital disinformation, neurotechnology and digital equality, with over 2 years' experience in innovating digital technologies for social good. He has been head of mobile in the Innovation Lab, PS in South Africa, led the mobile learning program at UNESCO, and held prestigious fellowship for 21st century learning at the Shuttleworth Foundation, and is a research fellow alum at Stanford University. So Mr. Vosloo his intervention will focus on evidence on AI governance in children, UNICEF response, UN policy guidance, changing policy and practice landscape, looking ahead, and recommendations. We look forward, Mr. Vosloo, mostly of all to the recommendations also. So I give you the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Sherry Ferrante, and also thank you very much for the invitation to be part of this exciting and very topical event. And greetings to everyone there and to many of who I know online. So I have a couple of slides. Let me see if I can get this right. I'm going to share, and please tell me if you can see the slides. Do you see them?
Go ahead.
Juliana, you can see the slides?
Yes, I can see the slide. It seems that my internet got stuck for one moment.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so I will just follow on from the excellent interventions earlier, covering a little bit of the same ground, because we're all looking at this space very closely. But as Juliana said, just quickly covering how children are a feature in AI governance, some of the UNICEF work that's been done, and this looking ahead. So I wanted to start by sharing 2 slides with you. This was an analysis that we did in 2020, looking at 20 national AI strategies at that time, and to what extent they talk about children or feature children. And we came up with these 4 broad areas. So either improving equality of life and services for children, so AI for children's education or for their health, protecting children's data and privacy, enabling children to obtain strong AI competency, so that's kind of AI literacy, and then thinking about children as a future workforce and empowering them for a future AI world. I wish that there was a lot more blue on this page. I think there are 2 key takeaways here. The one is children are not featuring as much, and especially you see there wasn't much attention paid to their data and to their privacy. Quite a lot given to their education and health. But I think this, the last column on the right, there was quite a lot of attention given to children as a future workforce. And that means not thinking enough about their full range of rights to develop, to participate, and not just as a future workforce. So this was done in 2020. We did a similar exercise in 2023, and we looked at the OECD.ai observatory database, which now has over 1,000 documents related to AI, but mostly by governments. And we did a search. This one, the previous one was hand-coded by humans. This one was done by AI. It was an interesting experiment for us. But we searched for all documents that are national AI strategies and contain the word children or child or variations of that word. And we did this in English and Spanish and French. And out of over 1,000 documents, we only found 10 And here you can see there's a much stronger focus now, 3 years later, on this kind of future workforce. So this is not a criticism of any of these governments or any of the strategies. It's just to actually say there's an opportunity here for us to really raise the profile of children as a stakeholder in an AI world. And why is that important? Well, this research came out 2 weeks ago. This was in the US by Common Sense Media. So these are 5 to 8-year-olds. And how many of them, what percentage, have used an app or a device that uses AI to learn about school-related material? So almost 39, almost 40%. Creative content, 24%. Almost a quarter of 5 to 8-year-olds talk with a chatbot, 10%. So AI is very much in children's lives. We know this. We have been doing research at UNICEF, multi-country survey in 8 countries with 8,000 children and their caregivers. We just asked a few questions. It's part of a bigger project called Disrupting Harm, but we wanted a few questions on AI. And we said, do you use AI? And I'll just quickly share with you the stats we've gotten. So in Colombia, 40%, Montenegro, 50% of children aged 12 to 17, and this is nationally representative, use AI. Tunisia was the lowest at 27. So we're excited about this research. It'll be coming out in the coming months. We'll do a brief on this, but the main point is AI is not just something in the lives of children who live in America or live in Western Europe. It's very much a global issue. So in response to the need to center children more in AI governance, we developed, that Marie-Eve mentioned earlier, this policy guidance on AI for children. We published this in 2021, working with many of you, and it was then, and it still is the first and only UN guide on AI and children. And we hope it doesn't stay like that. But we consulted children, we consulted experts. It was a very rich consultative process. And we also had companies and organizations pilot the guidance. And so all of the consultations, all of the case studies, all that work is online at this QR code for you to use and for us to still use as we navigate this space. I would just quickly say that there are 9 requirements, but they build on a foundation, which is obviously drawn from the Convention on the Rights of the Child to protection, provision, and participation. And then we have things like support children's development and well-being, or have AI to ensure the inclusion of children, or prioritize fairness and discrimination for children. And so as you look at these, you will realize that many of these are not new concepts in the world of AI, like fairness and non-discrimination. What we wanted to do was to say, well, what does it mean when your user is a child and your child is either directly using that system or indirectly impacted? As Marie-Eve said, potentially your parents, them getting a job or getting a home loan or not, based on algorithms and AI systems that have a trickle-down effect to children. So I won't go into this. I'll just say that for each of these requirements, we have some high-level recommendations like children's development and make sure that AI benefits children, use a child rights by design approach, think about the environmental sustainability of AI. And in the current document, again, 2021, we speak about AI's carbon footprint. What we didn't speak about really was kind of understanding how much or how big that issue is. And that's something that we're increasingly becoming aware of. This is the inclusion of children. Again, we don't see enough. I know we're all at a conference looking at AI and children, or looking at children in the digital environment. So many of us do engage children, but I think we would all agree that in general, we don't see children meaningfully engaged enough, either in the development of AI systems or in AI governance. This last point, this was on safety. We said leverage AI to promote children's safety. So that was using AI for content moderation or to filter out harmful content. What we didn't know in 2021 was what has been referred to earlier about the emergence of AI-generated child sexual abuse material, for example. And so we are going to, well, we've started the process of updating this guidance. It's a living document. Any guidance like this needs to be. The OECD went through the same process with their principles from 2019, were updated last year. But really because the AI landscape is changing. We know that technologically it's changing. So ChatGPT wasn't around back then. These emergent issues like environmental impacts or the AI-generated CSAM, increased usage by children, and this evolving policy and governance landscape. So many of these have been spoken about before, but these are points that came up in the last few years. The EU AI Act, the Council of Europe, that Dimitri spoke of earlier.
Yeah, no.
So a lot of interesting work that we can leverage, the Five Rights work, the joint statement on AI and children that's being developed. And also many of organizations are increasingly engaging children, like the Alan Turing Institute or the Paris Peace Forum. Even the Vatican is holding an event this month on AI and children and coming up with a common commitment to safeguard children. So I say this just because this is a wave that we can leverage. But there's still much to do. And we've seen recently, especially at the AI Action Summit, that there seems to be an increased, even while there's a push to kind of reduce fragmentation and collectively work on AI, there's also increased competition, which drives fragmentation, which reduces protections for children. And this is something, as we try to create child-centered AI, something for us to navigate. So I think I have 30 seconds left. Yes, looking ahead.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Absolutely. So looking ahead, to build on Dimitri's point earlier, we really need evidence. Georgia needs evidence. South Africa, where I'm based right now, needs evidence. We need evidence to understand how children use AI and what are the impacts of AI on their development. Keep advocating for children as a stakeholder group, keep including them. And I think really not just focusing on their protection, but also their empowerment, and to collaborate. And these are not new recommendations. I think my challenge to everyone here and to myself is how can we do these things better for children? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vosloo, for your intervention. I would like to now move on to Dr. Natalie Muren, who leads the EU advocacy effort for Terre de Hommes, Netherlands, on the issue of online child sexual exploitation, advocating for policy solutions and leading multi-country research on how to better protect children from online child sexual harm. She will focus on the issue of the EU concerning decriminalizing the production and possession AI-generated CSAM for personal use. And she will also explain to us how AI-generated child sexual abuse material, even when using fully virtual children, undermines child protection efforts and emboldens offenders. So I will gladly pass the floor now to Dr. Natalie Murens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your invitation. It's a very interesting conference and very super interesting colleagues' intervention here. So I'm going to try to be as brief as possible.
Yes, I have to remind you that you have a 5-minute intervention,
yes.
Dr. Muren.
Do you see my slides?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Do you see my slides?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, perfect. So today I'm going to focus on the challenges at regulating AI-generated child sexual abuse material here in Europe, in the EU level, especially the EU directive on child sexual abuse, which is a 15-year-old directive that's currently being revised. And it probably echoing what other colleagues have said on the need of evidence, especially to help policymakers to better regulate this issue. So the directive is trying to combat online and in-person child sexual abuse. And here it's being revised to reflect the latest development on the issue. And the Council of the European Union, which is one of the legislative body of the EU, has proposed in December to reinstate a decriminalization of the production and possession of AI-generated material for personal use. So it's the text that they are proposed to reinstate, which basically would say that member state of the European Union could very much decriminalize the fact that someone produce and possess an AI-generated child sexual abuse imagery or video if it's only for their own use. And for us, this is really a problematic development, and actually can harm directly or indirectly children. It basically compromises child protection efforts in the field. So why is it there in the first place? Because there's a false belief that these images that are fully virtual are harmless, basically, because there's supposedly no victim. There's a presumption that because it doesn't use imagery from any real child, it doesn't have an impact on them. But actually, we do not think that's the case. And some of the reasons I will explain it today is that basically the assumption that AI-generated child sexual abuse imagery would prevent child sexual offender to commit or to abuse children in person or online is not proven empirically. And that's usually the reason why policymakers would think that's okay to decriminalize, that offenders could get their whatever addiction out of the way without harming children. That's not proven empirically. It actually could embolden sex offenders. Why is that? Because viewing this kind of content actually contribute to the sexual objectification of children. They're contributing offenders to see children as sexual objects. And it's a key cognitive distortion that breaks down mental barriers for child sexual offender to actually abuse. That's one of the main cognitive distortion child sexual offenders report as emboldening them to actually abuse children. And this is, with AI-generated material, this distortion is even more present because they think that, they're not harming any children. They just go with their own fantasies. But because they go with these own fantasies, they become desensitized to the fact that they are sexually objectifying children. And it promotes a broader culture of sexual violence against children. And research shows as well that viewing CSAM, actually including AI-generated CSAM, fuel existing fantasies of in-person child sexual abuse. And there's actually a significant correlation between viewing CSAM and contact offending. So here I'm sharing the data from Protect Children Finland. And you can see that quite a significant number of CSAM viewers reports first fearing that it can lead to sexual abuse, and some admitting that they have actually initiated contact with children following the fact that they view this kind of material. So there's definitely a link between viewing and offending. It's definitely not innocent to just view. And then we also see that an offender who will start viewing this material, we need to create more and more severe material in order to have the same dopamine hits in the system, to keep the addiction, to keep fueling the addiction. And so it can really go into a cycles where offenders will really start creating, because AI can help them create anything they want, more and more severe material, further desensitizing to the violence that it shows against children, and will also in the end, there's the risk that AI sees I might no longer satisfy the urge of offender, and that may lead them to in-person or online offending. So in conclusion,
thank you, Dr. Muren.
We really encourage policymakers who legislate on AI to really use evidence-based science instead of rely on faulty beliefs that are old and not tested. But also, as echoing some of the colleagues here, and echoing about children, as many of you also consulted children. So we consulted almost 500 children over in 15 countries on the issue of online safety, and children definitely want to be part of the solution. They should have a say on what they think, and definitely one of the things they say that they fear the content, the image might be misused, notably for AI purposes. For harmful purposes using AI, and that's a big concern of them, and that needs to be heard, and they need to be part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muren. Thank you so much for your intervention. I do understand how difficult it is as a speaker to shorten everything that you want to say, and there is so much to say. But unfortunately, we have to try and give a little time to everybody. We will now move on to Dr. Federica Gianotta from Italy. She's Head of Advocacy and Domestic Programs, Terre de Hommes, Italy. After graduating in law at the University of Milan, Federica Gianotta chose the nonprofit sector and child protection as her ultimate passion and career path. Since 2003, she has been working with Terre de Hommes, Italy, where she's responsible for advocacy and domestic programs. Among her main areas of activity, there is the prevention of violence and maltreatment of children, children in detention with their mothers, and migrant children who arrive alone and without protection in Italy. Again, we have a small intervention by her, she will focus her speech on main findings of the 2025 edition of our National Indifesa Observatory. 4 proposals to reform the Italian law to enhance the collaboration of social media and to face the new challenges of AI in crimes, and monitoring the DSA in Italy. Thank you so much. I will pass the floor to Dr. Gianotta, please.
Thank you very much. I will be very shortly and brief. Thank you for inviting Terre de Hommes Italy to join this high-level panel. So I will go straight to the strategy that we have been adopting so far to protect children from being exposed to violence in the digital environment in Italy specifically. So the strategy, as you mentioned, is based on 2 main components, which are first, the hearing of the voices of thousands of children every year, because since 2014, through our Indifesa Observatory, we collect the voices, feelings, and fears of children all around Italy. And the 2025 edition of this observatory told us that 1 out of 2 of the respondents, that were 2,700, told us that they have been exposed to violence in the digital environment. And the type of violence they fear most is revenge porn, followed by alienation from real life, and third by cyberbullying. The majority of the students also said that they are pretty aware that, sharing intimate materials can expose them to a risk, but on the other side, they shared the password of their mobile phones to other person, and we don't know why. Finally, the majority of the respondents said they are pretty okay with the idea of strengthening the regulation of platforms because they want to be protected a little bit more when they dive into the digital space. So according to all these inputs, TDH Italy has on the table 4 main proposals to reform the Italian law, because we want it to be more suitable with the challenges coming from exactly the artificial intelligence. The first one is that we wanted to make it mandatory for all platforms to have a contact point to which it's possible for everyone to report illegal content, so that the platform is obliged to take this report into consideration and process it properly, because this thing doesn't happen in Italy today. Then we wanted to make it mandatory for all platforms to cooperate with the judicial authority, specifically sharing all data and information that are necessary to identify a predator who is hiding behind a nickname anytime an investigation is on the way. because today is up to the platforms to cooperate or not, and this is not acceptable anymore. Third, we want the current definition of revenge porn to be adapted, including that virtual images, pictures, and materials produced with the artificial intelligence are included as well as part of this crime. And finally, we would like also to fill the gap of the lack of protection when it comes to deep nude. So introducing the crime of deep nude that occurs anytime a person manipulates the images of a real person with the aim of obtaining nude images, okay, without his or her authorization. Finally, I would like also to add that we are pretty okay with the idea of using the so-called weak artificial intelligence to prevent crimes from occurring, especially if crimes are to be perpetrated against children. And last point, yes, we are monitoring the implementation of the Digital Service Act in Italy. And so let's see what happens. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Thank you, Dr. Gianotta. So first of all, I want to thank all the speakers on this panel, starting from Dr. Dimitri Guganova, Ms. Fanny Rotino, Dr. Elodie Whale, Dr. Maria-Eve Nadeau, Mr. Stephen Voslo, Dr. Natalie Murin, and Dr. Federica Gianotta. And I believe that now it is the time to move to the floor for any questions and answers. I believe that somebody from the floor will help us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Juliana, as well as all panelists for your excellent presentations. And Dr. Juliana, it's up to you whether you would like to begin first with those who are raising their hands online or those who are in person. And those who are here in person, please let me know who would like to ask questions. I have one hand, two hands. Yeah, we have here two persons who would like to ask questions, and those online. Third one. Okay. So should we begin from here in person?
I think so, because I cannot see anybody online raising his hand from my end, Professor Sophie.
Okay. I just was informed by the technical team there are no hands online raising, but maybe those attending online need to be highlighted that you can raise your hands in order to speak. And please do so if you have questions. Thank you very much. So we will begin from here, those in person. Please introduce yourself.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your amazing speeches. I am Nia Majarashvili from Sremeta Gymnasium IAJ School, and I will ask you my question now. So as we know, as of today, we are using weak AI model, which even though is very powerful, still doesn't have as many capabilities as AGI, stronger model, which we will have in the future. So if we're already holding conferences regarding protection and safety measures because of this weak AI model we are using today, who will prepare us from what's coming with development of stronger AGI, considering Western nations are contemplating on shutting their doors for Georgia? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Juliana. Good to see you. And thank you, our presenters. I'm Time Kesa. I'm from Kenya, and I'm a member of the committee of the CRC. I think my question is to UNICEF, Stephen Voslo. In the second slide, which you presented about the countries, what they are doing about AI, I think there's a slide that shows only 3 countries who have put in measure protecting children, data, and privacy. It was only India, Norway, and UK. I wonder what could be the reason for that there are very few countries who have put into place rules that can be able to protect children, data, and privacy. I was shocked that out of all the countries, there are only 3 countries. Will there be an explanation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone? Please let me know. Yeah, there is 2 more speakers. Dr. Juliana, should we let them or first? And
I have nobody that raised his hand, so I believe that you can ask somebody from the floor to ask a question.
Yeah, please.
So I think it will be me. Hi, my name is Salome. I'm from Ministry of Justice. And I wanted to ask you maybe a little bit philosophical question, but I really do wonder what the answer will be. So I'm wondering who should regulate this AI, because we know that AI is biased, right? Because it works and operates through data, and the data that it absorbs from all around the internet is biased as well. So it's subjective, it's not objective. And my question is, the algorithms, who should do the input? Who should regulate it? UN, maybe? The national governments? So who is the eligible one, the supranational one who holds this objective truth? Because AI reflects the world, and the world is, in the world there is discrimination and biased information as well. So I'm wondering who should be the one who will have this eligibility and the holding the objective truth and the knowledge, especially considering the children, the best interest of the child. So that's the question: who should be this supranational governor? Who should govern this AI for good? And what is the good as well? Like, what's good and what's wrong, and who should decide that too? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, Professor Sophie, maybe we should have the first two questions answered before moving on.
Yeah, please, because there are also some, I think, who would like to ask questions, but please go ahead because we need to manage with the time.
Because otherwise, I think we will have many questions. And so
Yes.
maybe the first one, I think, was directed towards Mr. Voslo, I think, of my colleague at the CRC, right?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. The situation is not as bad as you think, luckily. So just to clarify, this was not to say that those were the only 3 countries that had data protection for children. It was actually more about, in their national AI strategies, did they talk about or think about data protection, not just for everybody, but for children in particular? So that part is shocking, because we know that data protection and privacy is a key issue, as the colleagues have said earlier, for how children interact with AI systems. So that was the point. So, for example, Kenya, as you know, has had a Data Protection Act that includes provisions for children since 2019. But what we'd like to see more is in the national AI strategies and policies to really make these connections to say, your country may have a Data Protection Act. Does it cover children in the novel use cases that AI raises? Or should there be there should be a clear line between your national AI perspectives and governance and the existing governance mechanisms in place, so GDPR in Europe or in the country. So maybe not as bad as you thought, but I'm happy to say, but there's still a lot of work to be done on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voslo. Thank you very much. Who would like to respond to the second question?
Dimitri has his hand up.
Dimitri has raised his hand. Dr. Juliana?
Yes, Dr. Gogonova?
Thank you. Thank you so much. If I'm not mistaken, the another question was regarding the data. And one short, quick intervention regarding the first question, if I may. As far as this topic is also covered, the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence of the Council of Europe, it's very important, I think, emphasizing here that the convention says that it is technologically neutral, which means that no matter how these AI-based technologies will be developed in the following years or following decades, the principles will stay the same, and it has a goal to last for many decades. Another question regarding the data. I totally agree that everything starts with the data. It's not a mistake, and it's not an old-fashioned way to say that we live in an information era. Everything is about data, and everything starts with the data. And you may hear from time to time, and as time goes by, more frequently, that the politicians the CEOs of the giant companies more and more mention that word combination data sovereignty. Data sovereignty, which is the only right way to ensure that the technologies which may be by design biased, or the data that may be biased, which is spread around the globe through social networks and many other channels, are not misused and are used for good. We all know that misinformation, the disinformation is also part of the cybersecurity. It's one of the biggest threats. And for sure, this is a tool. These technologies are tools in the hands of millions, of billions. And the question was, who should regulate it? Whoever is responsible for data governance, whoever is responsible for the regulation for human rights, should regulate it. But we do understand, like it's written in the explanatory report of the convention, that regulation is not enough. If we want to implement the convention, if we want to achieve those huge goals, the big goals, we want to protect the values, we should understand that the only way to ensure this is to collaborate, to ensure the collaboration between the private and public sector, because regulation and supervision is not enough unless the private organizations, the private sector, the individuals, the students, the children do have the understanding, the very good understanding about the importance of this topic. The regulations can only support this process and act as one of the pillars and one of the enablers, and not the only enabler of this process. Thank you.
Dr. Juliana, Marie-Eve would like to answer one question, if she may.
I will just use 30 seconds.
Dr. Nadeau, yes, Marie?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. I would just like to try to combine an answer to both questions, because you were asking who should regulate, but I would just like to stress who should be responsible. And on that, we've seen the development of weak AI model, as you mentioned, that have been developed without risk assessment. So unless and until there is proper risk assessment that are done to mitigate the risk ex ante, then we will, of course, have the same risks that will be amplified at scale with the AGI. So yeah, sorry, that would just be my short answer. Conscious there is two more questions I understand from the room.
Thank you. Shall we have the next question from the floor then? From the room?
Hello, my name is Nicholas. I'm a MA student of law school from this Grigol Robakidze University. Very interesting and useful topics were discussed by the speakers, and thank you for that. As we know, to prevent some crime, first of all, we need to know about this crime. So in Georgia, there is a lack of knowledge about artificial intelligence. So I'm curious to hear from you if there is a possible to develop some discipline or create some textbook or a subject in the schools of Georgia to teach children about the importance of AI and how to use it. If there are some examples in other countries, I would love to hear it from you too. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Maybe we could answer it. Who would like to answer, please?
From the government perspective.
Anybody from the panel who could answer this, please?
Dr. Juliana,
Mr. Voslo?
Yes, sorry, I can't talk to the Georgian context. And perhaps Dr. Gugunava is better placed there. But
it's a recommendation, I understand. It's
yes, and just to say it's a great recommendation. I think all countries should do this, and it's a recommendation that many of us in this room have made. It's really important for children to be AI literate. They don't all have to be AI developers, but living in an AI world, you need to understand the systems that you're using. What are some of the risks? What are your rights? And so just to also add, there is some really great material that has been developed. A lot of it from the US. We'd like to see more in the global south, but some really great curricula for primary school, middle school, high school kids to learn about AI. And I just say one last thing. It's obviously important for children to be AI literate, and I know Camille is doing really great work here, but it's also, as Elodie said, it's the teachers, but it's parents and caregivers. This is a whole of society issue. And so there's a lot of work to be done for training up and for awareness raising. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voslo, for your reply. Does anybody else want to add anything on to that? If
there is one more question.
Yeah. Hello, I represent GRUNI's Mediation Center, and also I'm a PhD candidate in the same university. Thank you for all organizers of this event and also for all the speakers. It's a very relevant issue, and for raising this topic. For me, it's not only interesting as a lawyer, but as a parent as well. So my question is about the role of artificial intelligence in the school education system. And one of the presenters have a statistics from different countries. It was, I think, this Stephen Voslo, and maybe this question is for him. And what fear awaits children education when artificial intelligence make the main role and main tool in the schools, and what risk it may pose? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gugunova, I saw you raise your hand. Did you want to maybe add on to the previous reply?
Yes, if I may, very shortly. As I mentioned in my presentation, as I'm representing the government here, I want to share that the vision of the government of Georgia is to support these PPPs, which act as a forum and platform for collaboration between public and private. And in public, we in the frames of the question asked, academia is one of the biggest and most important partner, including the university, for example, which is co-hosting this conference. And this kind of events are the place, as we see, where people can exchange their ideas about the needs that they have, including the guidelines, where the representatives of different professions meet, like teachers, the communication specialists, the topic specialists, etc. Because otherwise, there is no other institution which can offer that kind of collaboration of representatives of different professions. So these kind of events are the places, as we see it, where people can share, because the education and awareness raising are maybe 50% the topic-wise experts need, but not the less the communication and education topic experts needs that we are having. So there are many things that are already elaborated, and we need to know about all the guidelines and other literature that exists, not to reinvent the bicycle, but still to find the right language and find the right ways to communicate with our societies. Our small societies are crucial here. So I think the digital governance strategy of Georgia will play a crucial role here. And I think that many other countries also share that kind of experience, and we should exchange this information with our partners later.
Thank you, Dr. Gugunova. Can we reply to the last question made? Who wishes to reply to that? Mr. Voslo again?
No, I was going to say perhaps Elodie is well placed because of Camille's work, and I see your hand is up.
And I think there's Dr. Vale, right, that wishes to reply also.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Voslo. I can only answer from a data protection perspective. So I think there is other risks I didn't identify for your question, but from a data protection perspective, the risk of using AI as the main tool at the school is to, I think, base decisions for the pupil on AI, because we know our AI systems know some biases. There are a risk of locking the pupil into a certain category, but of course there's risks of loss of confidentiality, as I said earlier, and the risk also is that but that's not an AI specific risk, but the data processing of children, if there is data processing everywhere, the children risk to get used to be their decision based on systems, and we'd like to raise awareness for that too. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you very much for your reply. I don't know, Professor Sophie, is there anybody on the floor before we move on to your break?
I think there is one hand raised online. If you can just
Online, one moment. Let me see, because I'm not seeing anything here. One moment. Who is the question online? No. Where? I cannot see anyone.
No. It's from the participants, not from panelists.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who is it? Which one is? Mr. Dennis?
There seems to be a connection problem. Maybe we just move.
Yes, in fact, we are trying to, my secretary is also trying to help me. Mr. Dennis Raterno from the Netherlands, I think, TDH. And also Inga, right?
Yeah, but
can one of you come in? I have two that raised their hand, but nobody seems to be speaking. I have Inga and I have somebody, Dennis from TDHNL, Netherlands. Are you hearing us? I think that one has the mute microphone and Inga has mute also on. You need to unmute, I think. Dennis, you have unmuted. Can you speak? Would there be a technical issue, Professor Sophie? Are you hearing me? Are they hearing me?
Dr. Julian, I think we can move forward since the participants do not respond.
Okay. So I believe that we're on break, right? Am I have a break now of 1 hour 30 minutes according to the program. So I thank you all for participating and for giving us very insightful and engaging interventions. Thank you very much. And I believe we can move on the break.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Mute.
Okay.
It is, yeah.
So who is online and
Okay, okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'll figure. So we would like to start the next session. So I'll kindly ask you to take a seat. We're just checking for the online participants. I hope everyone has had a nice food and a bit of sun. After lunch sessions can be a little bit, you know, tiresome, but I'm very excited, and this is a highly interesting session that we will go through. First and foremost, my name is Manu Krishan. I work at the global campus of human rights. It's a network of around 100 universities with 8 regional master programs, and we have currently 7 AI projects as well as other activities taking place in regards to artificial intelligence and children's rights. Wanted to start with sharing with you a little bit of a story, a quick meeting that I had last year. I met Yong. Yong is a 17-year-old child that I met last year who's visually impaired. He was blind. He was not able to see anything, but we had a nice conversation. He took a photo of me, started listening to it, and he said, "Nice jacket." And I said to myself, wow, we really have to look into this more specifically, like what is happening and how we can use these technologies. And why does it connect with education? The story was that there was another blind person who was 20 years older than Yong, sitting in the crowd, and Yong taught the other blind person how to use this app. And education comes also from the top-down approach, but also between people. Everyone's unique. Everyone's got their own skill sets, and in that regard, it was a very touching moment. And since then, I promised myself I have to go more into depth into this. So I am very thankful for this session to Sophie and her team for the excellent coordination, and also for our participants online and also in person. Thank you so much for being here. This is the role of AI in quality education, and we have 6 panelists. I'm trying to make it as interactive as possible, right? So 6 panelists who will speak, and the session, we've done it in such a way that it has 3 clusters. The first cluster, we will talk about opportunities and challenges, AI in education. The second one will be more into AI literacy and the children's perspectives specifically. And please also join. Every young person here should join afterwards in the discussion. And thirdly is let's talk action. Let's really find a way to discuss the next steps. So I'm very happy and privileged to introduce everyone quickly, and then we will go through the first part of it. So first and foremost, we have Guangchol Chang, who's from UNESCO. He's joining online, also known as GC, very famously. He is the chief of the section of education policy. Then we have Professor Wachtang Shadaya. I hope I've said that right. I was learning it before. Vice Rector, Dean of School and Business and Management, University of Grigol Robakidze. Thank you. Dr. Amir Geffen, who's a researcher and lecturer for AI in education in Balilan University. And then we have Professor Sonia Livingstone, media at LSE and director of Digital Futures for Children, the DFC Center. Dr. Ami Kim, lecturer, Seoul National University, South Korea. And last but not least, we have Thomas Dreesen, who is educational specialist at UNICEF Innocenti. So, first and foremost, I would like to invite GC on discussing UNESCO's normative work and actions to ensure AI better supports teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We hear you.
Okay, so I'd like to say that thank you. We are very pleased to come and share some of UNESCO's work in this field. So I'd like to say that over the past years, UNESCO has been spearheading the debate and research on the implications of AI in education, shedding light on both the opportunities and challenges. So I understand the other panelists here in this session will address this more in detail. So let me share some general kind of dimensions of opportunities and challenges that the UNESCO has been kind of tabling to our member states, which are around 194 countries. So first, opportunities based on two competency frameworks that UNESCO launched last year in September, one for teachers and the other one for students. So we acknowledge that the potential of AI in strengthening the quality of learning in general and more particularly enabling personalized learning pathways, particularly for learners with special needs. And also AI can provide tailored support, complementing teachers' efforts and addressing individual learning needs more effectively. So AI can allow educators to focus more interactive, creative, and higher order teaching tasks, ultimately enriching a learning experience for all learners. And also we believe that AI-driven solutions have the potential to expand access to education and learning, especially for learners living in remote and hard-to-reach areas. And also importantly, AI can help governments and policymakers optimize resource allocation and decision making, and also increase accountability and transparency in resource allocation. However, we also know that AI presents risks and challenges in education, and this must be addressed to ensure equitable and effective benefits for all. The risk of widening inequalities and private concerns, biases are just some of the cases that we need to tackle in order to fully unlock AI potentials in education. For instance, AI-driven education risk deepening existing inequalities by disproportionately benefiting those with capacities and connectivity. And also, according to UNESCO's report, in 2023, the digital divide can exacerbate disparities in learning outcomes and limiting opportunities for disadvantaged students and widening education gaps. And another important risk is also children's data privacy. I hope that the other panel will focus on this aspect. So AI-powered education system often collect vast amount of student data, raising concerns about privacy, security, and misuse. And also, UNESCO has produced a number of reports on this, and which we can share later on with you, panelists, as well as the audience. So I'm not going to go into the details. And also another important aspect that UNESCO has been flagging is the increasing involvement of private sector actors in digital education, which may lead to increased commercialization of education and learning, as highlighted in one of our report. And private companies develop and provide digital learning tools, platforms, AI-driven education solutions. There is a growing risk that profit motives may take precedence on education equality, quality, and equity, and the learners' well-being. So in sum, AI in education has a potential, but while involving risks, and we must keep in mind the need for stronger inclusion, equity, quality dimensions in AI deployment. Instead, in order to avoid that AI deepen further the divide. With strong and ethical safeguards and human rights based policies, AI can expand learning opportunities, and UNESCO remains committed to guiding its responsible to guiding its responsible inclusive use in alignment with the recent initiative that UNESCO launched, which is called the Evolving Right to Education Initiative to uphold the right to education for all. So this is what I'd like to share, given the limited time assigned to me. Over to you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. And of course, when we talk about AI and accessibility is a big concern, an issue, of course. Not everyone has access to new technologies. And the question then comes, and I would like to ask Thomas Driesen to share his insights on the challenges in low middle income countries and UNICEF's research on AI to develop accessible digital content. Could you share your insights? Thank you so much.
Sorry, just working on the mute button. Can you hear me okay? And can you see the presentation, Manu?
Perfectly.
Great. Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to share a few key reflections on the use of AI in education, focusing specifically on how to implement digital technologies within education systems, focused specifically on low and middle income countries. We know that AI has the potential, like GC was mentioning, to improve education outcomes by personalizing learning, by developing different tools that can tailor instruction to a child's level. But we also know that those children that are most in need of education support are also those with the least amount of access to the different devices and tools needed, internet access, etc., for these potential benefits to really benefit them. So I'm going to talk you through this through pictures from three different classrooms around the world. So this first classroom is a classroom that's in West and Central Africa in Conakry in Guinea. And this is actually a classroom where digital learning has been introduced. But you might not be able to see it unless you look really, really hard at the picture. What you can see is a teacher in the back of the room holding a tablet, instructing the class. You can also see a number of different learners all sitting at desks. And what you see here is that there's 6 students per device in the classroom. And so I wanted to share this image with you to just remind ourselves that there's really real constraints to using technology within education in low and middle income countries. And it's not just in low and middle income countries, but also within high income countries. There's low income communities, low income households that might have differing access to the devices needed to really benefit from these tools. For example, in sub-Saharan Africa, just 37% of people use the internet in 2023, and just half of households currently have electricity access at their home. So while we should be utilizing AI tools to support education, we can't take for granted that we should be able to use these AI tools to support education in a way that supports also these children that might not have access to one-to-one devices like there would be access in other areas. The second classroom I'd like to show you is also a classroom in the same town in Conakry in Guinea, just a little bit down the road. And this is a classroom where it's around the same amount of students that are sitting in the classroom, the same amount of inputs, the same amount of devices have been given to the school. But what you see is a very different classroom environment and a very different educational outcome being delivered here. And so the question that we ask when we do our research across these different countries on how to actually implement digital learning is, why is this the case? And so when we discussed with the teachers and with students and with the different stakeholders in the schools, what we found was there was a difference in scheduling. So the teachers and the administration in this school had done a very good job of scheduling when different classes would receive digital learning within their classrooms. The teachers had taken more of their precious time for preparation for the use of digital learning within their classrooms. And the administration of the school had also thought about and really put together a schedule for how they were going to charge, transfer devices, keep them safe, so that there actually were more devices that were available for this classroom when the students actually needed them during the class. So that's why you see this big difference between the first and the second classrooms. And the reason why I show you this photo is also just to say something that we know is the case whenever we're introducing technology into education, that it's much more than just the app or the device that you're bringing into an education system. It's how teachers are able to use it. It's an entire ecosystem of how education actually works in that classroom. So thinking first about the real constraints that we have, but then also thinking about how can we empower teachers to actually use these tools, and how can we use AI to do that more effectively. The third and final kind of classroom that I want to show you is actually related to a program that we're working on that's called the Accessible Digital Textbooks Program. So it's a program that works to develop accessible digital content so that children with and without disabilities can engage with the same content in the same classroom. So we work with ministries of education around the world, as well as organizations for people with disabilities, to develop these digital tools with accessibility features. So if you look at the right-hand side of the panel, what you can see is this is an example of an accessible digital textbook from Jamaica. There's different toggles where you can turn on and off sign language instruction, text to speech, all of these different features, which allows these tools to be accessible for children. And what you can see on the left-hand side is a picture of a classroom in Paraguay where children with and without disabilities are engaging in and using these accessible digital tools. One of the major challenges, however, when it comes to actually implementing this type of program at scale is the cost and time that's needed in order to develop these accessibility features for digital content across a curriculum. And so one of the things that we've been working with over the past few months is working with the government in Uruguay, as well as tech partners, to develop an AI pipeline to develop accessibility features for these textbooks that are fast, an AI pipeline, so that we can develop these accessibility features in a faster, more cost-effective way. And each round of implementation also having that process vetted by pedagogical experts within the Ministry of Education. So just one example of how you can, in a lower resource setting, use AI to improve and develop content and develop systems that can support learning for children. And so those are the three kind of examples that I wanted to share with you. So just to recap, really focus on understanding what's the type of devices and the availability of technology, as well as capacities within countries, and using AI to support where children and schools are. The second, really putting a focus on teachers and what tools you can develop to improve the way that teachers do their work. And it might not always be the tutor that's in somebody's pocket, the AI tool that's working one-on-one with students. And the third thing, how do you actually create AI tools that help improve systems to improve the way that education is delivered? So that's it from my side. Thanks, and back over to you, Manu.
Thank you so much, Tom, for those really insightful examples as well, to really see how it is to implement the aspect of accessibility and technologies. Yes. So I would like to ask, I hope I'm not messing. I'm going to try very hard now not to do it correctly. Professor Wachtang Charaya. Oh, I did it correctly? Okay, great. On AI in science, plagiarism issues, and challenges and opportunities in science within that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman. Hello, everyone. Yes, there are some issues which should be discussed from the academic perspective in this sector, in the field of AI. But from my perspective, despite the fact I made quite big 4 pages long presentation, while I'm sitting right now here and thinking about what to read it or not, I'm thinking to summarize it in short and be less academic, so to say, but more practical in this case. If you look from the academic perspective, there are a lot of regulations which allows us something or don't allow us to do something. As soon as we cross the line, we are on the side of the plagiarism, which means we could be even expelled from our education. We could be no students anymore, or we could be no professors anymore if we will be fined somehow in breaking the law, so to say, academic laws. But in practice, I teach at university and at school also. So I have a relationship with the students as well as school people which do use AI differently. Depends on a student in particular. Some school children are doing even better than students from universities in finding information, in summarizing information, delivering the research and giving final results. But in general, those at universities, students at universities, they are managing to use this AI technology at a little bit higher level than school people. And I believe that despite the fact there are academic regulations, I think we should do steps not dividing us from AI, but connecting us to the AI more. And what I mean under this message, I believe that let's say some 20 years ago or 30 years ago, to write a PhD thesis, let's say, you should definitely go to the library. There was no other option not to go to the library, or you should have a library at home. And you had to read a lot of books, and you was writing slowly your paper. Then, let's say 10 years later, some computers appeared, the internet was widespread, more or less, maybe a little bit more than 10 years, but I mean, like, if we put them gradually, step by step. Then you already had internet, you don't need it to go to the library so much. You could do it, but it was not a necessity anymore, but internet was slow. And the process and the literature online on web was not so much widespread, so you still had a lack of progress, and you had to work a little bit harder because of lack of that information. But nowadays, let's say before AI widespread appearance, you already had everything. You could Google everything, and you could do your PhD thesis, let's say, from your home. You don't need it even to go to the library. It was not a must at all. You could do everything from your office or from your home, because the big amount of information and data is online already, and with help of your computer or laptop, you could already do like big scientific research, including PhD thesis as well. Nowadays, the progress is going forward, and you don't need to Google anymore and to find yourself the information, but you can ask directly what you want. So I believe this is a process of upgrading the resources which we have, which we need to do better job. There are a lot of challenges or weak sides, I would rather say, in this process. Let's say that could be some data is wrong, but I believe sooner or later this weakness will be solved somehow, and false information, let's say, will not be used in AI programs. Let's say there is some weak side, maybe related to the security, which means that the information you are gathering or you are doing as a research could be used by others, or maybe you don't want others to know what you are studying, and maybe your information will appear in the hands of the persons which you don't want them to use this information. Or there could be some other, let's say, technical barriers, which could be price of the service. To use it personally, it's very cheap. Several, let's say, $20, $30 is quite enough to do a subscription to the application nowadays, but to implement it fully at a university scale, let's say maybe you will need even tens of thousands of dollars to implement a full AI program in different directions. But to use it at a simple level as a student or as a professor, it's still not very expensive. To summarize all these positive and negative sides, I believe that there are some weak sides, as I said, but all of them are manageable, and I believe sooner or later, but within maybe next few years, it will be solved more or less. The better side of this story, which is being able to do research in a much faster way, is much more important. And to do deeper and more analytical jobs is more important than the weakness which it has. Of course, today there was a lot of discussion that it prevents people from thinking, or it pushes children to lose their creativity or imagination or whatever. But, the same could be said, I think, 10, 15 or 20 years ago when, let's say, internet allowed us to do what we are able today. Internet today is doing a lot of job instead of us, and we can say that without internet we would be more creative. Maybe, who knows, but the efficiency would be much lower. Therefore, I believe the AI is the same type of a product like it was internet maybe 10, 20 years ago. Not 10, maybe more, 20 or something like that years ago. So I believe this is a technology which should be adopted, and we should not work against it. We should adopt it as much as possible, and the regulations should be done in a way that it will help both students, professors, or administrative staff, or whomever it will use, to use it for the benefit of the school or university. In that case, I believe we would be more profiting than losing from this process. And this is AI today, but there is already discussion about quantum, which will be maybe tomorrow or 10 years later, but there will be next step of AI. So what we will say at that moment, let's say after 10 years, that quantum will kill people's imagination totally, and we should not accept it at all. I don't believe in that way. I believe we should use all the progress which we have, but it should be used in a way that which helps us to progress and don't limits us at any point. So I'm more in favor. Maybe there should be some legal regulations because of some safety issues. Maybe there should be some regulations from the schools or academia, not to totally depend on AI, but to do something creative or something intellectual from the student perspective as well. But in general, we should not limit the ways for the AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And those highly interesting insights. I noted down connecting rather than dividing. I really like that. As well as we have to foresee also the new technologies that are coming up ahead, and how those also will influence AI and vice versa, right? As you just said, quantum computing is not far away. But thank you so much for your insight. So the first kind of cluster we have now kind of gone through, and now the second part is AI literacy and children's perspectives. And I would first and foremost ask Dr. Ami Kim to share her work on AI digital textbook, the kind of extracurricular classes for children, and also the aspect of children's hopes and fears regarding artificial intelligence use. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, nice to meet you. I believe the slide was wrong. Dr. Amir's slide was on screen.
In my program, you're first, then Sonia, and then Amir. So
That's
go ahead.
great. Okay, thank you. That's good. Should we do it that way? Hi, can you hear me okay?
Is it a problem? Should we? Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Can you hear me okay?
We hear you perfectly fine.
That's great. That's nice to know. This thing about Zoom. It's very nice to meet you all, and I'm very glad to be part of this session. Personally, I believe that for children and young people, educational setting should provide a safe space where they can learn about AI and go through trials and errors, thus gaining AI literacy. So I'm very glad to be in the session about education. And as other panelists mentioned, AI is being used in various ways in schools. There are obviously edtechs that use AI, and there are also generative AI that we can use for school projects. Students are using Gen AI for their schoolwork. Teachers are using Gen AI to make the teaching material. So AI is very much present in the educational setting. But now I wonder, do we really consider children's rights when deciding which technology to use and when and how to use? Or do we consider the effects of AI on children's well-beings? Do we listen to children when deciding which technology to use? I don't think we actively do. Teachers that I know, they really want to listen to children's voice, but they don't know how to. So this issue of AI literacy, I think it should be very thoroughly discussed. So for today's session, I will talk about AI literacy, but also I will introduce you the brand new policy in South Korea, which is about AI textbook. So let me share the slides and go through it. Can you see the slide okay? Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
That's great, thanks. As all of us has a very brief amount of time, I will go quickly. And if you have other questions about the policy, I will be happy to answer to it in the Q&A sessions. This policy of AI textbook is, as I mentioned, brand new. As it is a government-led initiative, it is a policy that can affect how school education will look like in the near future in Korea. In Korea, we have detailed national curriculum so that the textbook also have huge influences on what students learn and how they learn it. Starting this March, AI textbook will be introduced into schools, focusing on primary school, third grade and fourth grade, and first grade of secondary school and first grade of high school. So in these 4 grades, students will learn with AI textbook. The subject will be focusing on math, English, and informatics. So these are the main area that AI textbook will work on. And the government plan is to expand it to other subjects and other grades gradually. So this is the very beginning. And as it is the first year, schools can choose whether to use it or not. So it said that 33% of schools chose to use AI textbook. But actually, this AI textbook policy has a very mixed reaction. I don't know whether you'd like it in your schools or not. So the reason why there were mixed reactions were mainly because it was very hurried. The Ministry of Education said that they will introduce this technology to schools 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago, actually. So during 1.5 years, they developed this textbook and then they're implementing it in schools. So it's very hurried. And we didn't have time to deliberate. We didn't have time for social discussion. And of course, we didn't have time to listen to children's thoughts. So this has very mixed reaction, but still it has a promise and it has concerns. So I will talk about the promises and then the concerns. As you can see on the slide, the AI textbooks are aiming to be a customized learning support tool. It's going to provide students with personalized content using AI algorithm to customize material, and it will adjust the pace and difficulty based on the student's need. And also, by giving real-time data collection, the textbook will collect learners' data and provide it to teacher, and the teacher can monitor what the students can do and cannot do, can understand and cannot understand. So there will be this continuous feedback between students and teachers, and also students and AI textbook. So this is the main features of the AI textbook, and as you can see in the slide, a student will use a tablet PC with his or her smart pencil and all. So this is how it will look like. And on this slide, you will look at the teacher's dashboard. And in the teacher's dashboard, it will provide detailed information on the students' learning status, study time, and students' needs of learning support. So the learning levels will also be adjusted to the students' needs, and the teachers can control that as well. So this teachers will have this information about the students, and students can actively interact with teachers on this. This is a mock setup of a classroom, which was introduced in the Education Innovation Fair. This is how the classroom will look like. Students will have one device per each students, and teacher will have this huge screen in front, so they can share screens or they can do it by their own pace. As you can easily guess, the promise of this technology is first and foremost customized learning. It will be accustomed to teach the students' learning pace and if they have learning difficulties, it will give them more information about a subject or a concept. And then they say that it will encourage inclusive education because it has the subtitles elements or other elements that can support students with special needs. And therefore, it will enhance engagement. That's the aim, the promise of this technology. I really hope that these promises will come true. I really hope that. But there are some concerns as well. And I think it's time for us to focus on these concerns. As Tom mentioned in the previous session, there are digital divide, of course. This technology is very costly. It costs a lot. Every students need devices, and the network should be very strong, and there should be technological support in every school. So it's it costs a lot. It's a very expensive technology. And also schools need to pay the subscription fee to the publishing company. So that's another cost. So there are some schools that can afford this easily, but there are schools that cannot. And there can be another digital divide happening due to this technology. And it's not only about the accessibility to the technology itself, but some students are very used to this kind of technology, so they will easily pick up this technology and they will easily learn with it, but some are not. So there's this gap happening again due to this different level of experience of AI technology. And there's, as GC mentioned, there's this issue of privacy and data security as well. Our government has this thorough guideline, but school teachers or parents or children don't really know how it works. They don't really know what kind of data are being collected, how it's being stored, how it's being analyzed, and how it's feeding back to their learning. And it should be explained in a very child-friendly way as well for this technology to work. And lastly, there's this issue of accountability. Who will be responsible for this learning when you use this AI textbook? If a teacher says something different than AI textbook, which one will the student believe in. So this kind of accountability issue is also emerging from this technology. So these are the promises and concerns of AI textbook policy in South Korea. So I'm very keen on asking you how you think about it and what kind of concerns you have and how you are trying to navigate through it. And for the last part, I would love to share this quote from the interview. This quotes come from online safety workshop by Childfundkorea. And they were talking about these young people were talking about AI and learning. And one of the young people said that we want to choose if we learn with AI or not. So it's not a matter of using AI well, but it's also a matter of enabling young people to make an informed choice whether to use it or not. We should let them know what this technology can do and cannot do. So that's really closely related to AI literacy, I think. In the second quote, this child says, there are children who don't get to learn about AI. I think it would be good to create educational videos about AI and post them on Instagram or YouTube, where children often spend their time. So it's not only about the accessibility to the device, it's also accessibility to the knowledge and how the knowledge tries to approach children. So this is it. So I'll give it back to Manu. Thank you.
Ami, thank you so much for your insights and to see that how it would work in action as well. And wishing you all the best for the continued work on that. I will pass it on to Professor Sonia Livingstone. When we had met last week, you were talking to children and coming in and out of the meeting, and I would love to hear your insights of what happened there and what did you learn beyond also what you want to share.
Yes, okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for the privilege of being here. I think what I would like to say today kind of builds on a number of things that have been said, particularly the last speaker. But I will say I too am on the side of feeling the doubts and uncertainties. I think the debate about introducing AI into education, quality or not, any kind of education, it's happening very rapidly. So I speak as an academic, as a professor of social psychology. I lead a centre called Digital Futures for Children, which generates evidence for advocacy together with the Five Rights Foundation. And actually, we kind of began our work in this field thinking about data and the data collection that is happening around EdTech and generally, and now very evidently around AI. But I think the place that our journey takes us to in asking questions about data and kind of trying to follow the data actually takes us exactly to those questions of literacy and children's agency in this process. And I will also frame my thoughts in terms of children's rights. And I will definitely say something about what I was learning from the children. It was a long day interviewing children, and colleagues in different parts of the world are now using the same interview guide in different countries, and we will soon be collating our findings to understand children's experiences of Gen AI and their understanding of the risks that it brings. So I'll just share some slides and hope that you can now see them. And just really to kind of start with some of the context where we have found through our kind of a multidisciplinary analysis of different kinds of EdTech in the classroom that at the moment the risks are eclipsing the benefits. And we really began with consulting lots of experts in the first report there at a round table, trying to identify what the benefits would be. And we heard a lot of doubts from people really working on the ground. I mean, this is now in the UK, but I think there are parallels for many countries. And we move very quickly to the question of governance, of kind of who is in control, and especially how much is the school in control and kind of managing the curriculum in relation to both government and business. And of course, the relation between schools and government, I think, is something we feel we can input into. We kind of understand schools would like some independence, but also guidance. Governments will have a vision, and rightly so. But the commercial companies that provide the edtech, increasingly now AI edtech, those companies are kind of in between the relation of the government and the school. And what we heard from schools and from the regulators and the Ministry of Education is the struggle of everyone to really understand what is happening, what is the processing, what are the choices, and where are children's rights becoming at issue, both beneficial and at risk, because the scale and the kind of opaque nature of a lot of this technology is very challenging in terms of technology, law and regulation, education and pedagogy, and a kind of overall process of governance. And in the process, we would suggest children's voices and children's concerns, and indeed those of their teachers and parents, are really getting squeezed out. It feels like very much something happening over their heads. So the question, for example, we began asking, even though we were following the data and we ended up with a blueprint of what good could look like, we ended up with a lot of questions about what we mean by education. Is it about right answer testing, as it very often seems to be when EdTech with AI is being advertised? Is it about personalized learning, which means something undermining the shared nature of the school experience? Is it something about eliminating the teacher, eliminating the human? And how do we really kind of move beyond the hype to what is genuinely happening in our classrooms? We asked children a couple of years ago in Britain just a couple of very simple questions. The first was about how their data in school is being shared, and whether they were happy with that. The answer, of course, no. And I think perhaps equally important is the school talking to children about the technology, about the that is being used in the classroom, and about what happens, why it's even being used. Answer also no. And I think if we need a kind of culture shift in which children are truly included in these conversations. I would say very strongly, if children cannot understand, if they're not informed, if they don't feel engaged in what is happening with their data and their learning in terms of technology, they're unlikely to develop the literacy that is really needed for their agency, because in fact they don't have any choices. And at worst, they might understand better how little agency they're being given, and that will generate apathy and perhaps frustration, even anger. So I put up now just a reminder of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. I'm sure people will be familiar, just really to say, it sounds very specific, AI in education, but actually it touches on almost every right of a child, from Article 2, don't discriminate. It's very hard to know whether discrimination is happening in AI and EdTech. The best interests of the child, it's very hard to know who is taking the holistic perspective, especially when realization of rights is in tension. Questions of kind of evolving capacity, what is right for children of different ages or different development. We don't really have much knowledge there. Of course, the questions of the nature of the education I've already flagged, and indeed the importance of children's privacy. And I would say privacy, their data, both as is being used or extracted within the classroom, but also the data from children that has gone into building the foundation models for AI. Both of these processes provide children with zero agency, I would say, in the main, and both of them threaten both their privacy, but also their right in Article 32, ill-phrased here, but the right not to be subject to commercial exploitation. When businesses can legitimately make a profit and when it becomes exploitative, I think that's quite a hard question as well. So to end, I mean, we offer a code of practice that we think could work. I think it could probably work in other countries. Obviously, that would need to be debated, but we think children's rights should be expressed in the heart of regulation and codes of practice. It clearly should be evidence-based. It should include consultation with children. And at the moment, it is not safe or trusted or implementing high standards of privacy and quality education. So I think there is a lot to do. Our new project on children's experiences of generative AI shows up how already normal and commonplace it is for children to talk about Gen AI in everything. But at the same time, it seems to us, and this is in the privileged circumstances of the UK now, it's very hard for them to know where is the AI, when has it been added to a platform that they are familiar with already, how are they meant to kind of understand what goes on behind the scenes in the AI. They're enthusiastic, but we also heard enthusiasm for people, the teacher in the classroom, the friends that you could also learn from, the parents being involved in the process. I think if the vision is of personalised learning with children with headphones, each learning on their own personalised, customised learning curve, that has very little appeal at the moment, and we have to begin to ask, as it were, what is the problem in education for which AI is offered as a solution. So let me end there, and with kind of lots of questions, I would say at this point, but especially centering on questions of privacy, the quality of education, what we mean by that, and how we can expect children to be rights holders in such a complex technological and legal space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. That was really insightful. And yeah, the more deeper you get into the thematic, the more questions that come, right? So that's a good indicator, definitely. I will pass on to Dr. Amir Geffen, who will give us an insight of the situation and how you implemented AI within Israel and created AI literacy there. I would love to hear from you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mano, and good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us. It's a long day. Thank you, Sophie, really, for organizing, and I bring with me the best wishes for my colleagues in Israel. Not all of us could travel, especially Tova Ben-Ari, is the inspector of students and children right, and Yossi Michal, who work closely with, and my own university, Bar Ilan, and maybe even from the entire state of Israel for this friendship. It's the first time for me here in Georgia. I know for sure I'll come again, and I'll come again soon, okay? We'll talk about, we are connecting today children rights, and we would say children right to quality AI education, and especially what governments, ministries of education needs to do, but also us, academia, a researcher, and you, the students. I mean, it's not someone would do our work. We all need to be here. The prompt that I gave the AI that generated this image was proactiveness. I think that's my message from this slide. I asked the ChatGPT in this one to generate, this image of proactively pedaling upstream. And maybe that's for the question about, will it kill creativity? No, it will enhance. I mean, that was my idea. I was looking for an image. I could search for Google image, but no, I created this image. Everything is okay. I double check. I make sure that this image serves my slide. Critical thinking, everything is okay. You know, when we move forward. Ren, okay. So really happy to be here and to meet you. I'm an AI in education researcher and lecturer at Bar-Ilan University in Israel, and also academic advisor for the Ministry of Education in Israel. On this topic, we are implementing a nationwide program these days of AI to all teachers, all students of all ages, but we do it carefully and we do it responsibly and we put the ethics into it. And I think that's part of being proactive. We cannot let this thing just to roll on its own. We need to be there and we need to manage the process in order for it to come up well as we want it. And I think we would all agree, and that's the other image that I generated, that AI literacy, understanding an AI and mastering AI, you see in this picture, would give you an advantage, a significant advantage, you know, in a technology-driven world that we live in. And this connects directly to children's rights. Because if this gives an advantage, then we need to make sure that everyone is getting an equal access to this advantage. And I would claim for government and ministries that without strategic intervention, okay, AI education will remain inaccessible to many, okay, to the less fortunate maybe, and it will widen social gaps, and it will widen economical gaps, which we are already suffering. So the proactiveness is really to help those who are less fortunate and less accessible, because those who are strong, they would find their ways even without us. But we need to take care of those social and economic gaps. And when we are talking about AI literacy, and I'm telling it to myself and to you and to the students here, I want you to make sure that you master those 3 skills, okay? First of all, that you have the knowledge about AI. Earlier, I asked students from the Jewish school in Tbilisi, which I was excited to meet them, why when you use your calculator, we gave earlier in the morning, the example of a calculator. No one is stating on a calculator that, you know, on ChatGPT, it says, ChatGPT can make mistakes, check important info. It doesn't write on a simple calculator. Why? ChatGPT, which we are so excited, best technology in the world, and it can still do mistakes. We need to know this. And if you don't have the answer, what's the difference actually? Why 5 by 5 equals 25 doesn't need to be checked on a calculator, but do need to be checked, such as everything else, on ChatGPT. Why is that? If you don't know the answer, meet me after, because we don't have enough time now to do a lesson about it. So the knowledge, you need to know, that's even before you use AI. Then you need to have the practical application, how to use the tools, how to generate pictures, how to write a text. What is the difference between ChatGPT, to Elicit, to Perplexity? When should I use Claude? When should I use? You need to master those things. I would tell it to the children, to the school students, it's not an information that it's shown on TikTok. I think that we, as an educator, need to be proactive, and let's add ethics. You know, it's with great opportunities come great responsibilities and great threats, and we talk throughout the day. I'll tell the students that are looking at me, I would tell you not to scare you away. I would tell better not to use AI at all than to use it badly, because it will fail you. You will get wrong information, you will copy paste it, and it will fail you. So really, I think for us and really for everybody. So, you know, developing and implementing a national, how do we do it in Israel? As you ask, first of all, it takes a village. It's not about the government alone or the ministry alone. We all need to work together, government, teachers, parents, students, academia, everyone has a spot. And I so much, I keep telling and admire you that you brought students and children, to this nothing about you without you. Okay, that's such an important thing. I think, especially in education, Ministry of Education should lead. We're talking about education. We're talking about literacy, and we have the knowledge, and this is what we do. Okay, so we lead this thing. I would finish by saying, the time is now. Sometimes we, especially governments, we are, or even Ministry of Education, it's a large organization. We say, okay, let's see how this thing evolve, evaluate, we'll research, and then we'll intervene. We don't have the luxury in this AI. It moves so fast, so rapidly. And I encourage, and this is something that I do in the Ministry of Education, to say, even where we are still fuzzy about the future, we don't know exactly what will happen, when it will happen. I'll go back to what I started. We know we need to be there. We need to be proactive. And if we did a mistake, we'll correct it on the fly. We cannot just sit and wait, because we would lose our relevancy. The world will go there and we would stay here. And we don't want to be in this situation. So we are learning and adapting and adjusting and researching as this exciting wave is happening. So the time is now. And really, again, thank you for being and taking the time to be with us. Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you so much for your intervention. And now we go to the third part, and it's really now to look forward. So as you just mentioned, it takes a village on the one hand. It also is such an evolving systemic change that is happening everywhere. I would like to ask you as panelists, if you would like to share what next? What is next with your work? What is next that we can do together to move forward? Would you like to, someone first? It's a big question, I know. Someone can start it off.
Yeah, so can I then?
Of course, please.
Yeah, that I think as different speakers, panelists have addressed, there are still a number of gray zones. And when it comes to normative framework, of course, there is a lot of great promise and high expectations, but at the same time, there are a number of issues that we should keep in mind in order for the best interest of children and our learners. So as I try to share with you, UNESCO has been actively addressing quality and equity issues in education within the digital environment through various initiatives. One notable framework is the first ever soft law, the international normative instrument, which is recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence in 2021. This was during COVID. I hope that everybody remembers how we lived and also how tech and technology penetrated us. And there is also the AI and education guidance for policymakers in 2021 that UNESCO also produced and shared with countries at the request of ministers of education, because people were kind of trying to struggle and coping with this at that time. And also, UNESCO 2 years ago in 2023 provide the guidance for generative AI in education and research. While at the same time, this is not enough. I think there is no international kind of binding kind of instrument on AI and its integration in education. Although we know that AI is not is there and is going to increase its penetration in education. And this is why UNESCO has launched also the initiative on the evolving right to education last year, aiming to provide concrete substance to the recommendation of the Futures of Education report, which is confronting us, which is kind of challenging us that the world is changing, society is changing, education must change. We cannot continue with the same education purpose, curriculum as they were kind of created 300 years ago. But in this moment, I think someone said that the internet was kind of created 20, 30 years ago, and there were many questions. Now AI is coming. We have to live with it. Yet, this is where also UNESCO would like to do more of normative standard setting work as under the Evolving Right to Education initiative. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much for your input. And I mean, how I also hear through a lot of the discussion that we also had before, there was this element of we're reacting and the system, and we as a community are always reacting to situations that are happening, and then coming with our laws and our our work that comes. But it's much quicker. It's evolving so quickly, and new technologies are coming up now. And how do we prepare ourselves also for these new technologies and the connection with artificial intelligence? Would maybe somebody like to share some thoughts on that?
So can I
Oh yes, please. I see two speakers. It's Tom or Ami. Was it? Tom and Sonia
first.
Sorry.
I think
Sonia first, and
yeah.
then
Maybe I'll go and then Tom will come in if that's okay. Yes, well, what can be done, and especially how can we anticipate? So I wanted to suggest three things. One is, I think, quite fast. Ministries of Education should be reacting to what we already have and anticipating what is kind of in development. It doesn't seem controversial, but it isn't happening. We should have some impact testing, a risk assessment before AI products reach our schools, rather than ask about what's good or bad afterwards. We should be producing some guidance, procurement guidance for schools, so that from the government, so they know what is safe, what is on their good list, what are the problem products, so that they can make their decisions, because they're making them now. And they don't very often have exactly that guidance. And I think that those kind of risk assessments and procurement guidance can really shape the market for what is coming. It's not just how do we prepare for what business is bringing, but how do we shape that market so that it is rights respecting and it does promote good education. Then I think very easy, but also in my view not much happening. We should all be engaging with children. They are already using Gen AI. It has arrived in the apps and platforms that they have access to, and they are telling us they don't have anyone to talk to about this. Suddenly one day they switch on Snapchat and Gen AI is there. Who's having that conversation with them? What's good? What's bad? What can they use? Do they have some control? Should they, where are the principles? So that's a conversation for now. But I think the really big question, this panel is about quality education, and we need, I think it's got to be a nationwide, international conversation about what is quality education. That's not something we can pick up a textbook and says, this is what it is. Very simply, I think the education world has been having a debate that's lasted decades and is not resolved. Broadly, is education about answering questions, which AI is quite good at, or is it about questioning answers, which AI is not so good at? And what do we want for our children in that big vision of pedagogy and learning?
So much for that, and that's prevention aspect as well, as well as the risk assessment. It touches upon kind of human rights due diligence of private companies as well, children's rights due diligence specifically. But yeah, that's another conference for itself. But I would give it over to Tom, please.
Sure, thanks. I mean, I think there's a few things just to go to your first question of what's next. There's at UNICEF and Incenti, we're continuing to work with our different country offices, our UNICEF country offices who are working with governments to support them in trying to understand, like I think a little bit what Sonia was talking about before, like what are the key problems that are facing different education systems that AI can help solve, and then working with them to understand what is the application of AI in education to support those problems. So one example I presented was on the accessible digital content using AI to generate those tools, but it also could be, again, thinking if we're thinking from a aspect of not every child is going to have access to the devices, using AI to help generate content or translate content into local languages, which is a major challenge in a number of different education contexts where you just don't have access to the resources in a language that a child can understand. So these are different ways, and this is what we're really interested in, different ways that AI could help improve education systems, looking a little bit beyond just the personalized learning aspect of it. I think that another key thing that, just touching on one of Sonia's last points as well, if we leave everything up to market forces in terms of the way that AI is being delivered to children and to education systems, we're going to face an issue where we have the haves and the have-nots. The schools that I was showing you beforehand in Guinea and Conakry, but across the entire world, there's going to be places that are not reached by AI and education solutions because they're not commercially viable. So we need to make sure that we're supporting also these governments with how to interact with AI in education, how to develop their own guidance and develop their own tools that can support to support their education systems in a rapidly evolving kind of space. So yeah, just a couple key
Thank you so
ideas
much,
there.
Tom. I'm going to open the floor for questions, if everyone's fine with that. I see already. Ami, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to briefly add that. Is it okay if I go on?
Yes, yes. We will collect the questions and then,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
please.
good. That's good. Especially when I look into EdTech, I think EdTech is a tool that can help and enhance learning. But now it seems like we are making the education fit the technology rather than technology helping education. So I think we should sort the priority very well. And when we decide what kind of technology we want to use in the educational setting, teachers have to have a say in it, and children have to have a say in it, parents have to have a say in it. So AI literacy is very important for students and children, but also for teachers and parents as well. So if you can promote that, that would be great. That's the point I wanted to make.
Thank you so much, Ami. I will get some questions. So here I see, please. Let's take 2 or 3 questions. If you have ones directly to one of the speakers, please say that. If it's a general question also, so you can say general.
Hello, once again, I am Niyama Jarashvili from SRSG Gymnasium IHS School. And even though you already did mention and talk about how AI would actually help underprivileged kids with their learning, and Mr. Steven also talked about how it would help them. I still think there's possibilities as IA-powered education could lead to two-tier system and wealthy schools with advanced AI tools and underfunded schools with outdated systems. So what do you think? Should AI in education be included as fundamental right? And what is the actual possibility of ensuring equal access to all students of AI tools? Thank you.
Much. Next question. I see one online as well. Just 1 second. I see. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition. I'm Mayram Gogishvili, Don't you think that using AI to create curriculum might raise concern among school teachers, especially regarding ineffectiveness, accuracy, and impact on their roles? Many educations may not be ready for such a shift, and people generally tend to doubt things they are unfamiliar with. How can developing countries successfully implement AI-driven curriculum development despite challenges such as limited resources, teachers, skepticisms, and infrastructure constraints? Thank you.
Be doing PhDs here, like that's quite two big questions, but yes, thank you.
One more, can I?
Yes, two more, yeah, and then online.
Iga Traore, Deputy Head of QA here in this university. I have one question. Please tell me, I have a general question. Please tell me a scenario from your point of view. We are living today in very changeable worlds. Even we could not imagine 10 years ago how AI will be adopted in today's life. Even Harvard University adopted new rules how to make citation of for the scientific papers we are getting for AI. Tell me what you think, specific scenario, how will be AI in our lives after short and mid time period, maybe 8 or 10 years after? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Lana Korashvili, secondary school principal. I have a question regarding teachers. Thank you for the valuable information. It's undoubtable that AI integration in education, it's not just about technological advancement, but it's about reshaping the whole system of teaching and learning. So I'm just interested about the teacher's role in the classroom, how it will change. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's take the online one, and then I will open the floor for the panelists to answer the questions. Yeah, Stephen, you can go ahead.
Thanks very much. Stephen from UNICEF. Thank you to all the panelists for this really interesting interventions. My question was to Amy. It was about the AI-enabled textbooks in South Korea. I had two points. The one was I remember visiting South Korea in 2014 for a conference, and Keris took us to the School of the Future. And it was really interesting. It was very digital. And at the time, they said that the library, everything was digital in the classrooms. The library was still printed books and beanbags and offline. And so they said they'd learned lessons that they'd gone too far digital, and it actually brought back, for example, printed books, and to try and kind of create some sort of balance. And I was wondering if those conversations are coming up again, that, in this moment. That was the one. And then the other part of the question was, I was really struck by your point about accountability, kind of AI says versus teacher says. And how also how do you think the producers of the textbooks will limit hallucinations or this kind of possibility of AI kind of saying things that are not in the curriculum potentially? Thank you.
All right, I think, Ami, maybe I give it to you first, the floor, because there was also a connector with the teachers and also now the direct question to you. And then Amir, I think, Amir, it would be also great after.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for your great questions. Yes, the AI hallucination was an issue because in AI textbook, they have AI tutor function, which is chatbot function, which works on generative AI. And actually, when they were doing the sample teaching and learning, the AI actually hallucinated and then gave wrong answers. But I think the way to deal with this issue is to design AI for education purpose solely, so they can learn based on the data that is proved and that is guaranteed by educators. But that costs a lot as well. So there's this issue happening, and I'm sure teachers will struggle about it. I would like to know what you think as well. So that's definitely an issue. And then the one you mentioned about school library, going back to paper books and all, the Ministry of Education, initially they planned to include Korean language education in the AI textbook subject as well, but it met this kind of hard setback, saying that no, language education, it should focus on paper books and read books and feel the material. So that's why AI textbook is only being developed in math and informatics and English language. So there's this struggle between which technology suits which subjects as well. And I think a big part of AI literacy is knowing how to use AI, but also it is knowing what AI can do and cannot do. So we need to take balance. We need to know which part of subject is good for AI, which part is not, and we need to know how to curate everything according to children's interest, I think. So that would be my answer. Thank you for your questions. Thanks.
Forgot my role. Thank you so much, Ami. And I give it to Amir.
Yeah, I want to address the question about the teachers. You know, it all starts with the teachers, and yes, the teacher role is evolving. And let's talk short term and long term. And I think the way to work with the teachers, first of all, is to bring them on board and show them the value for them, even before how AI can help them make better lessons, better teaching materials, helping them in assessments, helping them in administrative work that takes so much time. Okay, then we get them on board and then we work with them. Okay, once they are on board, okay, how we do it smartly in the classroom. And the question of assessment would come up. How do I grade work? And we have works around it, and we can do presentations and oral presentations and defending work. So we can allow our students to use AI also in their learning and still being able to assess quality education. And I know this is what teachers are concerned, and it takes time, but we work with them. We use our professional development mechanism, and every country has, of teachers to do so. So if being practical on that, I would say, let's say now we are here in Georgia, in Grigol, I would say, let's put a team together, let's bring the experts, let's create a plan, let's bring the Ministry of Education abroad, let's define clear KPIs. What is it mean to educate teachers, to educate what is AI literacy? Let's put things that we can measure. And then we go and implement, and you ask about 10 years. You know, we don't know. I would say we don't know what's going. Someone says, I don't know who I quote, it's hard to predict things, especially the future. So 10 years in this AI era, who knows? But what I know for sure, we need to be eyes on the ball very closely, and we cannot wait, because then we don't know where the ball it is, where it went. So we need to stay close to the development and work and develop and adjust and be agile and be fast about this thing. That would be my recommendation.
Yeah, let me also add a few words. So from the student's perspective, there is no reason to be afraid of using AI at all. From the academia perspective, from the professors or teachers' perspective, as any users, there is also no threat. And I believe when we should support and promote using of AI more and more in our academic life. But from the perspective of the university, let's say, or school administration, which has to guarantee that students will get the marks for which they did enough effort, that's a little bit complicated issue. There should be regulations, there should be, as one of our questionnaires told us that at Harvard University there is already a citation style how to cite AI, or maybe something else should be implemented, should be introduced to the academic society. But in general, there is no reason to be afraid of using new technology, as it was with calculator several decades ago, then maybe with computers. Nowadays it's AI, tomorrow it might be something else. All these are tools which help us to deliver something bigger, greater, and to achieve higher results. So that's it. And all the weak sides which are related to price or which is related to the intellectual property or whatever, should be just moderated, should be fixed. And because of those weaknesses, we should not say no to this technology. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see online Tom and Sonia. Tom, I'll add a question for you because I have taken the liberty to get the notes. The part is, how can developing countries successfully implement AI-driven curriculum development despite challenges such as limited resources, teacher skepticism, and infrastructure constraints? It's a big one, but I'll give you that.
Thanks, Manu. So just to react to a couple of different questions that were raised, and I'll get to that one as well. So for teachers and the role of teachers and the role of teachers with AI, I mean, research shows us again and again, if you try and implement some kind of technology in the classroom and you can't show that value to teachers, it's not going to be used. We need to make sure that we continue to engage with teachers in the process of deciding what it is that's used in the classroom, because teachers remain at the center of education, and we should really make sure that we keep that strong focus on involving teachers to basically use tools that actually add value to the way that teachers do their work. On the question of AI to create curriculum, I change it a little bit. I mean, the example that I was sharing was not necessarily that AI creates curriculum. It's that AI takes curricular content and then generates accessibility features with that content. And one of the processes that we do is that each time the AI tool is developing a different feature, a different part of this digital tool that's going to be used in the classroom, that tool and feature is checked by a group of different pedagogical experts and teachers in the country where the program is being implemented. So in Uruguay, right now, we're in the third round of validation of this AI tool that's developing these accessibility features for this content. And that means that right now, teachers themselves, as well as different experts from the Ministry of Education, are checking to make sure that the content that's being developed is in line with the curriculum, has the features that they need for teachers to actually be able to use those in the classroom. So there needs to be these types of guards there to really make sure that the content is being developed in the right way. In terms of having AI in education be a fundamental thing that everybody can access, I mean, that's not something like a child everywhere being able to engage with AI on their own Gen AI as we see it today on their own device is not something that's going to be achievable just because of the major gaps in electricity, but also in the internet and as well as in devices. So again, I think we need to be thinking about how do we use these things to meet people where they are and to solve problems that are in different countries.
Thank you so much, Tom. I will give it right away to Sonia. We have 2 minutes left, so we are in time.
Thank you. Well, I would like to disagree with the speaker before, Tom. So I don't know if we're quite going to reach a consensus in this session. I think there are real threats. And I think the real threats stem from the fact that we are taking broadly public education systems everywhere in the world, and we are putting underneath them an infrastructure which is fundamentally conservative and profit-driven rather than child-centred or education-driven, and increasingly being funded by investors and venture capitalists who are way outside the education system and who are building businesses which obviously for them are designed to benefit them. So I think to the extent that both at all levels in that ecosystem, from teachers in schools all the way up to ministries of education, to the extent that those different levels of organisation are unable to do their human rights due diligence, don't have a vision of what the kind of educational implications are, and don't even have the kind of the sufficient transparency and accountability to know what is happening with the tools being delivered into our schools. I think the threat is that commerce will define the curriculum. It will take the children's data for unknown purposes, whatever purposes are led for profit, and we will be grappling with fantastically opaque and difficult to regulate systems that will overtake the public sector.
So we have a disagreement and we have to continue this discussion. For now, I have to close the session. There have been some questions online. We have taken note and we'll try and get back to you. I want to thank all of the speakers and I want to thank the guests and one hand applause, please, for our speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, all of you. It was really great presentations and I have learned a lot as well. Now we have the break and please, children, come back in 10 minutes because we have a very short break. Please, in 10 minutes back, please.